Boys and girls, good morning. How are we all doing? How are we doing? I'm tired this morning. I don't know why. Yesterday, it took everything out of me. But we sold a fair amount of stuff yesterday. Yesterday was fun. What's this silly cart doing on? Get off my Deathwing mount. Move! 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 I know this isn't really the Deathwing mount, but it's cool. Anyway, how are we all doing, boys and girls? Are we good? Coffee is at the ready. It is time to take things a little bit more chill today. I want to... I don't really know what I want to. What I definitely know I want to do today is get some of the weekly stuff out of the way. I like to get some of the weekly stuff done before the weekend, if that makes sense, because then it gives us Monday and Tuesday after the weekend to sort of like just tinker around and see what's what. So what I might be doing is patron orders. I think patron orders are on the cards today. A little bit. There's a lot of people running around with this This is the Keystone Master mount or something, I think, isn't it? Can you search? I don't even know. KSM. Clearly that doesn't turn up. Dungeons? Is it the right one? I don't even know what the name of this is. What's the name of this mount? Diamond mech suit. Because I want Diamond mech suit. Keystone Master. Okay, that's the KSM mount. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? That's kind of annoying. The likelihood of me getting Keystone Master is slim to none. Even though that is a super cool mount. It's very cool. Well, let's not get too distracted. But Zygo has a guide for it. Good luck, Zygo. You can lead a horse to water, but you can. That's not going to be super helpful, is it? That one really. Yeah. Get a Mythic Plus rating of 2000. Yeah, that's probably not me, is it? Did all my weekly stuff on my main yesterday, including all the world quests. All the rest of the week I can just focus on alts. See, that's a good place to get to. That's a really good place to get to. I'm still trying to work towards the glory of the Delver. This is more me sticking in my lane. It means that we have probably a world tour of the delves to do nearly every day until we've got most of these done. It will slow down. It will be busy for a few days, as it will lead us to need to do probably every delve every day to get these stories done. But we're already at the point where we only need like one from each one, so we might be able to skip a few occasionally. And eventually we'll probably just pick off all the bountiful ones and call it a day. But it'd be nice to work towards that, I think. I should try pushing a little bit further with our new founded fancy schmancy 616 we got off the vault this week. I've got three pieces of set already. Haven't done LFR this week so far. I'm not sure. We should just tinker. I want today to be chill, honestly, more than anything else. Just relax. Just do some stuff. I think doing all Mythic plus 2s to 3s would probably be enough. I'm sure it probably would. I'm sure that could probably be done. But the reality is I dislike Mythic Plus quite aggressively. So I'm not super incentivized to do it, even though the mount is really kind of cool. Let me go and have a little bit of a look at if there's anything I can craft with jewel crafting this morning. Start off nice and simple. We have 8 patron orders. None of which I think I actually want to do. By the looks, well, maybe the marble stone one. That one's not looking too favourable. They've definitely toned down the requirements, though. More often than not, they were coming through as quality 3 gems. Now they're mostly always coming through as quality 2. Meaning actually picking these up might not be too difficult anymore. I wonder how much I care about the knowledge points, though. Should probably... Don't know what the smart move is here. probably just put more into each of the gems, surely? Do you need... You need 30 points in all of these to cut the Blasphemites properly, don't you? Where are they? Where are they? Have I not unlocked any of them on this dude? Oh, okay. Well, that's why then. I can already Q2 them. I don't know what the plan is here. This is the weird thing, I don't really have a plan. I don't have a plan for these guys and their professions. There's meant to be concentration builds. The reality is they're meant to be concentration builds. They're meant to just kind of create something that makes a bit of gold every day. That's kind of the theory here. If we do recipe scan the recipes. Average profit. There's no way solid ambers are worth that much. That's a lie. Masterful sapphires. Can we make a masterful sapphire? Is it ever possible to get to Q2 using just Q1 mats? That's probably where we want to push to. Not that it really makes much difference, because Q1 and Q2 mats are basically the same. But any extra skill is going to keep the concentration down. 430 concentration for 5k, sure. Yoink. Every little helps. Squeeze it out. Well, I wonder if doing a prism every once in a while is a smart move. How about making the... And nullstone's still ridiculous. They're still 6k a piece. I think I've sold all my nullstones now. We sold through a lot of stuff yesterday. I think our gold total is actually looking pretty bouncy now. I think I've basically broken even for the expansion. I think... Not that I... Oh, well, actually, maybe... No, that's a lie. Maybe we did slingshot ourselves ahead of the game. This seems to claim that we're up to... If we believe the TSM graph, and I'm not totally convinced I do believe the TSM graph, but if we believe the TSM graph, it looks like we've gone from an all-time high... All-time high... This is from the launch of the expansion, by the way. I reset all my TSM data before. So we entered with 45 and we're up to 50, nearly 51. So we're up 5 mil, apparently. After all that time and all that effort, it took us a month to make 5 mil. What I would point out, though, is for an expansion launch, I look at that and I'm like, it's pretty mediocre, isn't it? But the reality is I've actually gone from 22 million up to 50 in about 2 weeks. So this part of the graph, I like this part of the graph. If this part of the graph could continue, I don't mind this part. I genuinely don't mind this part of the graph. It was the first bit where we spent and didn't make anything for 2 weeks, which was problematic. The graph should be accurate since it only shows the gold on the characters. Yeah, this is my thoughts. All of this is complete guff. This is complete rubbish. But the graph should at least be somewhat close to reality, I think. As long as it is actually tracking, as long as it hasn't like duplicated anything and isn't tracking characters that it shouldn't be. I guess the important thing is if it's getting the warbank correct. If it gets the warbank number correct, I'm sure the rest of it probably falls into line. But, yeah, it's not looking too bad over the last couple of weeks. When does this start? September 11th? What's it now? The 26th. So in 15 days, in 2 weeks, we've gone from 22 million to 51 million. That's not totally representative, though, because to get to this lowest of low points, that was probably after we bought a bunch of shit as well. But for the expansion as a whole, so far I claim to be up about 5 mil. I'll take that. That's a win. At least we haven't accidentally lost a bunch of gold. That would be pretty tragic for somebody in my position, honestly. Why was I looking in TSM? No idea. Let's send the gem over to Banktheus. Oh, look. Knowledge points. Maybe I did a bunch of... Apparently I did a bunch of patron orders yesterday. Goodie bags, goodie bags. Hey, a nullstone. Well, that's a freebie nullstone. We'll use that for our inverted prism then. If we use that in an inverted prism, then we get some skill up points, arguably for free. Farmed it, so it's free. Is there any reason to ever make an inverted prism higher than quality 1? I don't think there really is there? What's our artisan security looking like? Oh, we're 5 short of buying what I think is the last book. Oh, if we go get our farm on, we'll get that as well. Oh, it might all be falling into place, you know. Create one of those. Create one of these. 83. We'll get there eventually. Where'd it go? There it is. Um, 8 points. Should we just slap them all into emeralds first? I think it makes a difference, does it? Slap them into emeralds. Let's go get our farm on real quick. Go get our farm on. Unless there's anything... Well, we need to get our farm on anyway. We can definitely do that one. Pebbles and bismuth. Pebbles and bismuth. Pebbles, pebbles, pebbles. Where's me pebbles? Can I just search jewel crafting? Pebbles. Some bismuth. 1, 2, 3. I should do us. We can put that back in there in a minute. Ooh, is that 1 money? Pentagold reviews and a crystallized augment rune. Oh, it's a recipe we don't have. Oh, well, it doesn't matter then, does it? Are any of these considered money now that they've made the number lower? Not money. Not money. Where is it money? Oh, it's the pebbles. The pebbles are still expensive. Alright, we'll just get the easy ones done. You. Order has a minimum quality of 2. Oh, I looked at this yesterday, didn't I? There we go, that's easy enough. It's me, the king of double tap. If you know, you know. Welcome in, Mikey. Good morning, good morning. A quick emerald. Providing nothing. Providing nothing wants quality 2. Do I want to blow 2,800 gold on 2 knowledge points? The answer is no. Because I'm cheap. Do I want to do the same for 1 knowledge point? No, because I'm cheap. Provides the ambers, 6 gemstones and 1 engraved gem cutter for 30 artisan security. You want that Q2 as well. Do you want 30 artisan security for 700 gold? This technically is actually, when I think about it, the character that I want it to collect all the recipes on. So, yeah. Multi-millionaire not wanting to spend 2k. That's white millionaire. Well, I don't mind spending on the right characters at the right time. It's not going to give this character much of an advantage. This character, I said from the beginning that this is going to be a cost-positive character from the word go. $24 million gold of investments in 2 weeks was more than enough for professions. From this point on, they have to make me money or I'm not doing it. I will have the artisan security, I think, though. I think we will have that one. Go on, resource proc. Resource proc on the dust. Hey, we'll take that. That's fair enough. Are these random glimmers randomly showing up? There wasn't 2 glimmers here a minute ago. Or was there? At this point, I don't even know. That's the one I said absolutely no to. You provided the sapphires, you provided the gem dust. Just got to provide... No, I'm still not doing it. Still not doing it. You're not. I'm not being caught out by you, Blizzard. I refuse. What that has done is given me 435 artisan security, though. We can go get our pristine jeweler's illustrations, and then that's all the knowledge point books on this dude. Sorry, for jewel crafting at least. Did I? Oh, that's probably the leatherworking one, right? You still want the leatherworking one, yeah.
What do you seek? Stay the course.
And 4 more points from our treasures. What does that do to our... That maxes that out. Whenever you cut emeralds, you retain some of the spent shards as a finishing reagent to increase skill on a future gem cut. We probably want to do that across the board first. What does that do to our emerald cuts, though? It still puts us in a position where we need quality 2 to make quality 2, so it's not really all that advantageous, other than it does push us to use... It does push us on a daily basis to use our cooldown on emeralds instead. And we'll get some more of this glittering gem dust from time to time. Chance to gain a skill point is handy, but to my knowledge, does it actually though? Does it take it from 0 and your chance to gain a skill point increase your chance by 25%? A 25% increase from 0 is still 0 though, right? Isn't this, you know, basically the same? Got 15 null stones within 45 minutes yesterday. Holy smoke. What are they, like 6k a piece right now? It's 90k gold in 45 minutes. GG. That's why these farmers are making money, you know. That's why these farmers are making money. I mean, it's partly the herbs, but like, my god. We can do the same for onyxes. We'll cap that out now. That's 2 of the 3. I'm going to go from the middle outwards. I don't know what we'll do once we've got these last 20 points. But all this should be working towards blasphemites, right? Which comes from the dungeons. So if I do any of their dungeons, I might get those recipes over time. Got the binding recipe yet? I don't know. I do need to remember to do the theatre event, though. Oh, actually, is this now... Oh, well, I don't have quality 1 engraved. Right, let's go get some treasures real quick. That's the one thing I do need to do. Do I need treasures for... I need treasures for leatherworking as well. So 2 birds, 1 stone now. I don't mind spending a bit of time doing this sort of stuff. This isn't really time beneficial. Because this is both a character that I simultaneously don't want to spend much gold on, but I also don't want to spend much time on. But it's my main character, so I'm going to spend the time on this one specifically. I'm entirely breaking all of my own rules for me here. I'm playing this character like the English language. Lots of rules, and you follow none of them. That's the theory, at least. Binding recipes 50k at the moment. Save your time on the event. Just buy it. Well, I need to do the event anyway. I'll do the event, you know. It's one of those things that's on the to-do list. So I don't mind too much. But yes, if I don't get it, I'll probably just buy it. Bah. You got wrecked. I need to kill the world boss. That's another thing we need to do. Lots of stuff I need to do, like, out in the open world. I'm kind of half trying to, like, alternate a little bit now. We spent the first couple of weeks doing basically nothing but goal making every single day. Now that I'm in profit for the expansion overall, I can take my foot off the pedal a little bit, and we can mix in some actual play of the game a little bit. Because surprise, surprise, I do actually enjoy this game from many angles. I may not min-max everything, but I do enjoy. New expansion is like the first month of a new expansion is usually the best, without doubt. Now I spent the entirety of the first month doing basically nothing but goal making stuff. So I'm almost about ready to turn all the things on properly and start like really working on it. Yesterday was the first actual... Well, yeah, you're right, yeah. The first month was gold losing, and now we're actually in gold making. There's part of me that does this every time, though. Soon as I break even, I take my foot off the gas. And it's soon as I've broken even is the time I should have my foot planted to the floor. Because, you know, that's how the total goes up. If I don't make the total go up over the months, over the years, then I don't have the gold to go big next time. And there's definitely part of me that if I'd had 100 mil instead of 50 mil coming into this expansion, would have probably done it differently. I would have probably thrown the absolute kitchen sink at shuffling in the first couple of days. Not that I was overly cautious on what I spent gold on for the shuffle, but I was still kind of cautious of that. I knew full well it was going to cost me probably 2 mil plus per character, which it did eventually. Whereas if I'd had 100 mil instead of 50, I'd have just been like, fuck it, let's go. And we'd have done it all within the first 2 days. So even having lots of gold, you still can't necessarily do everything you want to do. You can't do everything the way you want to do it either. For example, the best way that you make an awful lot of gold at the beginning of an expansion is spending an awful lot of gold, right? So, for example, before the actual season launched, I would have loved if I had 20 or 30 million extra just lying around to have bought more stuff. because I've played enough expansions now. I know pretty well, I can guess pretty well what's going to go up and what's going to go down in value. Even with the new sort of quality 3 thing kicking in, I had a reasonably good idea what would go up and what didn't. I bought handsomely into cloth bolts. I bought a reasonable amount of ore, all of which I flipped for a nice little amount and really helped with my crafting over the first few days. I'd have loved to have been able to have gone a bit bigger on that. Always want more. Never be happy. Happiness is an illusion. Were we getting genuinely, well, a 464 Explorer's ring that's apparently worth about 8k. We'll take that. We got the leatherworking ones. I'm out here looking for the jewel crafting ones game. I'll take these, but they're not the ones I was looking for.
In this season, the Unbound adorn their ramoliths with flowers, symbolizing harmony and their gratitude for nature's gifts.
Now I can't find any dirt piles. Slum Shark, 900 apiece. That's clearly because of the feasts, right? I've not spent a minute even looking at cooking. I'm in some regards, I'm very stubborn because I thought cooking was going to look really cool. I thought cooking was looking great. And then about 2 minutes before the expansion went live, they went and done goofed it. And I, at that moment, was like, right, well, fuck cooking then. And so I've not done cooking, I've not done fishing. I've not done either of those. On top of the fact that I didn't have strong desire to do them anyway, on the basis of that I knew that the the artisan's acuity that is needed for the fishing tools was going to probably make them quite low priority for me in general. Sure, I could have done it on an alt, but... There we go, there's one of them. Should have probably been queuing for LFR or something at the same time, but... Oh, there's another dirt pile. See, Hallowfall's great, sure. But Isle of Dawn's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Not at this time of day, anyway. Oi, hands off. And we need these fragments for whatever reason. I'm not sure what these are. These are a weekly quest, aren't they? These Titan Disc fragments. Archives, seeking history, collect 100 of them. Oh, for the pinnacle cache, yeah. Did Blizz post something about new NPC crafting order rotation? The rotation hasn't changed, but they have tweaked the settings of them a little bit to make them a touch more forgiving. They've toned down the quality requirements of a lot of them. and also upped the amount of materials that patrons provide. So they've made some subtle changes, but I still recommend, if you're serious about keeping up with them, on, you know, if you've got like your main profession, for example, you still probably want to check them every day. Every other day, minimum. At least that's what I'm trying to keep up to. To be fair, if you're trying to keep on top of your concentration and not let it cap out as well, you kind of want to be logging into each of those characters every day anyway. So if you're going to press the concentration button, you're only a few millimeters away from checking the patron orders as well, so... Should get 1 to 2 every day that award 10 artisans security, and every so while ones. It still feels very random to me. Obviously, random is not actually something computers do all that particularly well. You still have to program for randomness, so often it's easier to program actual rules in place. But it seems to be that there's a chance for something to turn up every day. And for as long as you still need knowledge points, for as long as you still need artisan security, my advice is check them daily. Plus, they don't also seem to follow the same normal... They don't seem to follow the same normal patch cadence of like world quests or resets or anything. They just seem to do it whenever they want to do it. Almost. I wish I bought into cloth. I didn't know they'd go so nuclear on the hyperspawn farming. Well, I knew before the expansion went live that the restriction of having cloth only drop for tailors was, without question, going to make the average price of cloth more expensive. Now, it didn't appear that way in the first couple of weeks because of the hyper-aggressive farming of it. But now that the farming has slowed down, some of the hyperspawns have been nerfed. Yeah, we're starting to see the knock-on effects of only tailors being able to pick up cloth. There's so much less just random cloth knocking about. Yet there are still some markets that are consuming cloth at astronomical rates. Exquisite weaver cloth bolts, you actually can't craft them fast enough. If you've got a well-built tailor, you genuinely cannot make bolts fast enough. It's almost as if bolt crafting is like almost the new vendor shuffle. It's not a vendor shuffle, but it feels that way in terms of the fact that you can almost 24 hours a day be farming or crafting them and still have zero problems selling them, and the price is rising whilst you do it. So yeah, if you've got a tailor, now obviously this is slightly problematic when the supply of cloth dries up, which it's also clearly doing. 0 cloth drops in mythic classes. Well, yeah, this is it. Everybody's stopped Outer World farming. Everybody's gone into instance farming, and they're not killing 3,000 mobs an hour anymore. It happens every time. Every time we have an expansion launch. Huge influx of materials in the first couple of weeks. Often tanks the prices of them pretty aggressively while it happens. Then, a couple of weeks after the season is launched, everything dries up. Because there's nobody out there actively farming any of that shit anymore. Yet people are actually consuming it in greater quantities than they were in the first couple of weeks even. So yeah, a lot of the time, you can't always easily predict exactly what items it will be, but generally, things do tend to rise by about 50 to 60% from pre-season to a few weeks after. Some players just, you know, it's a little bit difficult to diamond hands it if you've not done it before and you're not too confident. I even wasn't able to buy enough. I not only don't feel as if I bought enough materials when they were cheap, predominantly because I was crafting with them. I was crafting with them is usually your get out of jail free card. That's your way of ensuring that if your flip doesn't work, you have another option. If you buy a bunch of shit expecting it to go up in price and it doesn't go up in price, at least you can craft with it and try and squeeze some profits from the crafting. But I still crafted with nearly all of the materials I bought and still didn't have enough, especially with cloth. To be fair, I did insta resell a whole bunch of stuff, but buying cloth bolts at what I think was 5 gold a piece and then flipping them for, I think I sold most of mine at about 60. That's pretty, you know, you can't argue with those margins. There's no need to try and shuffle it through crafting when you're making that kind of profit in the first place. What's the point of nuking every cloth farm into oblivion? Well, I think one of the reasons why Blizzard's changed cloth so that only tailors can get it is for a very simple reason. I think they want cloth to be worth something. Look how expensive it is for blacksmiths. Look how expensive it is for plate wearing classes right now. Compare that to the price of crafting a, you know, a piece of cloth gear. Cloth wearers, mages, warlocks, priests have had it good for nearly 2 decades. They're one of the reasons I think why they made it so only tailors can have access to the cloth is to bring the price of cloth up, to bring it in line with the other gathered materials. Because Blizzard probably look at the cost of the end products. They're not looking at the cost of the materials so much. They're looking at the cost of the end products. And when it costs 100k to make a good piece of plate gear right now, and it costs 20k to make a good piece of cloth gear, it's of no surprise that they want to balance that out. They haven't had much. They've tried to do this in different ways before as well. I don't know how many. For some reason, I keep referring back to Shadowlands a lot here, but Dragonflight's just a bit of a blur. But in Shadowlands, when they had the Crafter's Mark system, they tried to do the same thing. They tried to increase the cost of cloth gear by jacking up the amount of cloth that each item used. Until then, somebody flipped the market, and then it made cloth gear 4 times the price accidentally overnight, which it was just goblins doing goblin things. So they're clearly learning, but Blizzard are in the same position as we are, of that even though they make the economy, it's almost impossible to test an economy. Because sure, they have shitloads of data about what players do and when they do it and how they go about doing their daily, you know, chores and whatever. But on a alpha, on a beta, like, it's super difficult, even for Blizzard with all of their data, to turn around and go, right, this is how the economy will play out. Because economies are fluid. You know, they're reactive to what goes on around them, and until you've got all of the moving parts, it's very difficult to predict what's going on. Which is why we get some subtle tweaks, you know, later. Alchemy's another reason. Alchemy's another way that they've tried to normalize the price of a lot of stuff to make it quote unquote fair at the like top end crafting costs of stuff, or maybe not necessarily fair, but at least more equal, because it shouldn't be 3 times as expensive to gear a plate character as it is a cloth character. Realistically, you're basically then saying that, you know, if you want to play a warrior, it's going to cost you 3 times as much, which, you know, is understandable why people don't like that. Nullstones weren't expected to be the prices they are considering miners weekly. Oh well, that quest was just on rotation. That quest was coming at some point anyway. The point is of that one, I don't think it actually really makes that much of a difference. That's really not the reason why nullstones are expensive right now. It's a contributing factor, but it's a tiny contributing factor. Because don't forget that most of the miners that see that quest will just go out and do an hour's worth of mining and then hand the quest in. All it does is shave 10k off their hourly gold per hour for that 1 hour. Miners are not going to go to the auction house to buy the nullstones when they are the people who farm them themselves. Nullstones went expensive because sanctified alloys. Sanctified alloys. Like, just stupid expensive. You've got nullstone and tinderbox. A nullstone and a tinderbox is needed for... or a fraction of a nullstone and a fraction of a tinderbox is needed for every sanctified alloy. And you need multiple sanctified alloys to make a single piece of plate gear. When yesterday was full spark day. Of course, nullstones were going to the moon. Not to mention nullstones also going into the jeweler's settings. 2 of them, in fact, going into the jeweler's settings. So yeah, all the crafters out there getting all their materials prepared and ready for yesterday's spike in demand was clearly gonna make them go up. Or should I say, highly increase the demand for them. I'm asking 8k for any dual crafting craft from 606 to 639, no matter what the item. In the morning, people don't want to pay that much. In the evening, they just send the order, no more questions asked. Well, yeah, because in the morning, they know that their raid doesn't start for 8 hours yet. In the evening, their guild master is waiting for them. They don't have any choice by that point. Is probably the reason. They're just thankful that they found somebody to craft the item at that point. Thanks to time walking, I've bought up thousands of motes of life for less than 1 gold each. I love it when people just dump this crap when the primals are 40 gold and cheaper than usual. Oh, you're playing the long game. You're already tinkering in old materials again. Fair play. My inventory is actually grim though. Let me try and fix this a little bit.
I have many lucky twos. You like?
It's just messy and there's no real way to unmessify it. This is all stupid stuff from last week. What in here can just get straight vended? Contains some resonant crystals. Open that in a minute. Dragon Breath Musket. 0.01. Transmog. What do we do with transmog? We vendor it, because who gives a fuck? 554, 564. That's a BOE. We can do something with that one. That's a current expansion BOE. Random ass time walking shit. See you later. It's a BOE, but it's one that's worth pennies. People just buy it to disenchant stuff. I'd rather just vendor it and not have the hassle. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. 571 trinket. Summons an orb of dark power to assist you. I used that for a while, and it actually slapped. But it has no stats or anything else on it, which makes me think that it's probably not worth upgrading or doing anything with it. But trinkets I tend to keep if they're at least the current tier. Just because I don't really know. Glimmering Haste. We can sell that one. Clam. Oh, my poor Dragonflight crafting tools. We'll keep those around. Can't imagine we're going to use them though. We might do. They'll come a day. We got a bunch of cooking recipes. This is actually the dude that usually... Oh, Cubic Blasphemer. Okay, we need to press that button. Inscription recipe? Send to scribe? Alchemy mixing rod? Send to scribe? In case... Oh, already known. At least do something with it. $500 dishes using cave fish and mushrooms. See you later. Dark Moon tickets, we're not going to need those ever again. Don't know what this book is. Currency 1 of 1. See you later. Knowledge points, shards, radiant remnants, globs of wax I should go turn in. Super hard to keep track of all of this. Now this delve set, by the way, there was rumours floating around that if you wear the full delve set in delves, it gives you more loot. And I can't help but feel that's complete rubbish. But it is called Treasure Seeker. So... Spells and abilities have a chance to excavate increasingly rare treasures, granting you up to 281 agility for 20 seconds. Resets after your third excavation. Oh, maybe that's what people mean. Oh, a pair of gloves that has an on-equip bonus. Interesting. Maybe that's where people were coming up with that theory from. Your spells and abilities have a chance to excavate increasingly rarer treasures, granting you 281. Wait, are they the same? No. That's a pair of gloves, and that's a pair of shoulders, both that have that on-equip bonus on them? And a pair... Wait, hang on. Does this stack? Surely these don't stack, right? I've got a pair of shoulders, a pair of gloves, and a pair of braces that all have this same equip bonus on them. If they stack, that could actually be really powerful for delves. Because if you're isn't Brand's damage linked to your gear these days? I know it was broken at the beginning. But if these stack and your agility goes through the roof, that means Brand's damage also goes through the roof. In theory. I'm intrigued now. This 554 delve set is interesting. Oh, another one. I've got a crossbow that's doing the same. It's all 554 gear. $580 boots. Okay, we got better boots. We got veteran boots now. Delve ring. Four of 8 adventurer. Okay, we got champion shoulders. We'll live with champion shoulders. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can't I catalyst those? I've just had a thought. Can I catalyst one of these? Then I get my 4 set. I just realised, can't I catalyst these and get my 4 set? I probably can, can't I? Oh, that would be cool. Might get my 4 set out of the way. Didn't even realise. That's before I look at even crafting any gear. After 37 million gold spent in thaumaturgy, I am done. 21% profit on average, can't stand it anymore. It's way too boring and the thousands stack bug just kills me. Move on to flipping items. 37 million gold spent, 21% margin, so you're up about 5 mil. No, 8 mil, something like that. Either way, fair play. Theatre event in 9 minutes. All right, let me finish getting these bags sorted, and then we'll go do the theatre event. 564. Oh, that's money. Put that on the auction house. Do something with that. That's a map. Material, random ash trash, core alloys. 580 ring is apparently better than one of the rings I've got on. Okay, that's as much as my inventory gets cleaned for now.
Well, friend of the Grummels.
I wanted to do that. I wanted to do this. $71k gleaming transmutagen. Yeah, this is why blasphemites are free. This is literally why blasphemites are free. Hell nah, not paying you 5k just to press a button. Been getting this message on repeat all day. Did you open 5k up for negotiation? Did you start with 25k? Did you start with 50k? If you just tell somebody it's 5k, people are still going to turn around and go no. I for reference, right? I want to. Like, I don't know. I don't know the best way of addressing this really, but because I refuse to do work orders myself. But I see so many people that I'm pretty much certain are just doing it wrong. Like, if you say 5k rank 3 mats send order, people are going to turn around and say I'm not paying you 5k. Because you've given people a command. Absolutely nobody likes being given a command. Nobody likes a command. With rank 3 mats, I can do it for 25k. Is that okay? And if they say no, then you say, well, what were you looking to pay? And then if they come back and they say 5k, you can, all right, meet in the middle. How about we do it for 15k and I'll, get it done first priority. I see almost zero negotiation happening ever with anybody doing work orders. And then I see people getting frustrated by not making any gold with it. the same concept for me as the tip what you like. There is a time and a place for a tip what you like pricing structure. Work orders is not it. Nobody likes options either because it seems everybody has crafter's anxiety. It's a lose-lose. Well, you'd
Many deals for a friend of the grumble.
you'd still want to, yeah. This if you turn around and say I can do rank 4 for this, or I can do rank 5 for this, but you need to do this, or I can do it with all of my mats and it'll be this. Yeah, people want simplicity, but at the same time they want somebody to take control of the situation most of the time, which is where I see the biggest problem with this tip what you like mentality as well. People don't, because crafters out there, they just want their piece of gear. They don't know what to tip. And the last thing you're trying to make a customer feel is awkward. So how many shops do you go in where there's no prices on anything, right? For starters, you don't. If you walk into a shop and there's no prices on anything, I instantly go, this shop's too expensive, I'm leaving. Because it feels like an art gallery or some bullshit. This is why I don't think the tip what you want thing really works for most people. Because people want to know, can you make it, yes or no? How much is it going to cost? There's only two things people care about. Genuinely. Most people who want a piece of gear crafted don't want to be dealing with trade chat, don't want to be dealing with random strangers making their gear in the first place. So you've got to make the whole thing simple, straightforward, comfortable, easy to navigate through. But that doesn't mean you just tell people what to do, because at the same time people don't like demands. This is why my number one piece of advice is pick a price that's high, that if people instantly say yes to, you'll be more than happy to do that order for them, and you'll even use concentration to keep them happy, right? So whether that's 25k, whether that's 50k, whatever that number is that makes you happy.
What drives you?
But you phrase it as a question and allow them to negotiate on the price. Be open to negotiation. Otherwise, you get super defensive. If you just say 5k, rank 3 mats, send order, that's a command. And then people are going to be like, well, I don't want to pay 5k. I ain't paying you 5k to press a button. They come back with their own defensive statement. You've started the transaction in a very defensive way. You know, you've got to be soft with your first communication. People aren't looking for like abrupt upfront stuff. And this tip what you like thing is cancer, because all you're doing is you're basically saying, I don't know what to do, you decide. And it makes you just look like a pussy. I don't know. Just give me some coppers. And then no shit, people give 500 gold, and then a month later people are complaining that work orders sucked. Players need to be in control of what they're doing, but open to negotiation, and actually provide the customer service, which they're like, it's a service industry. Thing is, the customer asking probably receives 20 whispers with yours, so if you take too long, he'll just pick somebody else that doesn't value his concentration. Fine. That's not a problem. You're downplaying before you've even experienced that. That's making an excuse before something's even happened. If they get 20 whispers, they get 20 whispers. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't want to work. You shouldn't want to work for free, and you shouldn't need to fight with all of those others. You can't really ask for a high price when there's lots of competition. Of course you can. Of course you can. Absolutely, of course you can. 90% of the people plus, most of the more people than not, for sure, that look to get a piece of gear crafted have no idea what the competition is. They might get a few people whispering them, sure, but most people would want to converse with somebody that makes the process easier for them and doesn't command them what to do. The best thing, and I still find it amazing that people don't do this, the best thing you can do is say, my mats I usually charge 50k, is that okay? You've taken all responsibility off the person buying at that point. I'll provide all the mats, I'll give you the rank 5 that you want, all you got to do is put the order in with a spark. I usually charge 50k. Is that okay? Some people will be like, oh, thank fuck, this dude's doing all of the hard work. Take my money. These 12 other monkeys were trying to charge me 10k for a rank 4 and 25k for a rank 5, but I needed to provide all rank 3 mats, and I don't know what mats I need, and I don't want to have to go buy all of the mats. You know, it's a service industry. Make shit easy. Blows my mind I don't see more people saying, well, I'll supply the mats. That's your job as a crafter, and it's so much easier to disguise margin into a product when you do that. You don't walk into an Apple store and they ask you for like a screen and a battery and a case. No, they do all of that hard work, and then they put a sticker price on it and they make the transaction as simple as possible. Simple as possible. Customer has to provide the missive and the embellishment as well, and if they're at that point they're maybe already buying. Yeah, okay, in some scenarios, yeah, you're probably right. But, you know, provide the embellishment, I'll use my mats, or whatever. You can still simplify it. That's relatively generic, but like, on stuff, that works absolutely best on stuff that doesn't need to be on the order system in the first place. I'm looking at you, profession accessories, you know, that sort of stuff, where you still want it at a reasonable quality, but the mat, you know, there's not actually any customization there to be done. But even still, the logic is still the same. Your goal is to make it as straightforward and as simple a transaction as possible. Your goal is not to make it as cheap as possible. It's the buyer's prerogative to get it at the cheapest price, if they want it at the cheapest price. To make the assumption that everybody just wants it at the cheapest price is what's costing a lot of people gold. You should never assume anything in this game. The only thing you should assume is that there'll be people that want it. But, like I said, I despise the system as a whole and refuse to engage in it in any way, shape or form, so feel free to entirely ignore me. But I think if people actually put some of this into practice, they'd multiply the amount of gold that they make from work orders. And you don't need to be a work order machine. It's the same sort of theory. It's like a, you know, top tier. Most salespeople who are good at sales don't try and sell cheap shit. Salespeople love selling expensive shit. You know why? Because they don't have to sell anywhere near as much expensive shit. If you find one person that pays 50k for a craft, you only need to do one craft. You'd have to find 10 people to pay you 50k. You have to do the whole thing 10 times over. Much easier to find one person that's willing to pay 50k than it is to find 10 people that are willing to pay 5k. And more often than not, the people who are cheap are going to be the most annoying people to deal with as well, because they're not going to know fucking anything about the system. person that's got, you know, the person that's got all the gold in is happy to pay the 50k. Like, can comfortably sit behind the fact that they don't know a lot about how the system works because they're willing to throw money at their problem. Oh, did I never speak with the stage manager? Whoops. Ha! Okay.
No directive needed.
Wow, does that mean I've now lost my 3 boxes? Because I didn't speak to this dude on time. The fact that this quest doesn't automatically start is actually bananas, by the way. Rich people don't ask as many questions generally, it's nice. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, I'm practically just going to AFK here at this point because I can't get the 3 boxes. I'll just wait for the completion on the damn event. If you give a good experience, if you give customers a good experience, they'll come back and refer as long as the prices are reasonable. Back in Dragonflight, we had one random dude crafting all of the lariats for the guild for several seasons because of this. Yeah. I don't see how asking for a bigger fee will be better when most people don't want to pay 5 to 10k. Just look at how people reacted to the 2 times Nullstone quest. Asking for a bigger fee is better because you then only start crafting for people that have gold. You're crafting for people that have gold, probably lots of gold, which are the kind of customers you want. In all honesty, they're the people that are going to, if you give them a good experience, you don't want to be crafting for these people that say 5k to press a button. No, you should instantly put those people on ignore. You don't want to be crafting for those people. You don't want customers that don't have gold. It's quite simple. It's a service industry. It's the exact same concept as in real life. Look at the hotel industry. You pay more money, you have more money, you get better service. If you want to go sleep in a Holiday Inn, you'll get 0 service whatsoever. You'll get a bed to sleep in, but that's about it.
Under my leadership, the Earthen shall reach their full potential.
If you ask for like 50k starting price, make it as simple as humanly possible and put a big ticket price on it. Then you might only need to do 3 orders a day instead of standing around doing the entire process 10 times. It's just as much work to do, you know, it's just as much work to do an order for somebody for 50k as it is to do 10, like, every order is basically the same amount of effort. So you might as well do the ones that are big ticket prices. If somebody starts complaining about giving you 5k to press a button, ignore them. Gone. See you later. Couldn't care less. It's no skin off. It's genuinely no skin off your back. Not at all. One craft of 15k is better than haggling over 3k with some guys that can't do weekly. Exactly. Exactly. I just think in most cases, crafters are their own worst enemy when it comes to this work order system. They're their own worst enemy. It's true you can't extract blood from a stone, and so there comes a point where you have to realise that why are you bothering to try and extract blood from a stone? Let those people be on their way, let those people ultimately complain all they like, and, you know, maybe they'll get what they want, but they're not really the customer that you want, for example.
Now, drag his husk from this place.
will regret this, Earthen. My sister Galan will strike you all down.
Take a bow. There we go. There's the event semi-complete. Not entirely, because I forgot to start it, but whatever. There's a box at least. 590 trinket. You're... what did it say? You're one of the devout. Your spells and abilities have a chance of burning a nearby enemy for a shitload of damage and healing another devout enemy for that amount. That sounds quite good. I wish I had any idea whatsoever when it came to trinkets about which ones were good and which ones were not. This is why I keep all trinkets, just in case they end up being good. I never really know if they are. I still live by the rule of item level is king, but that's clearly not. Yeah, I should check Blood Mallet and have a look. See which ones are at the top of the list of ones to be useful and which ones are not. How was it yesterday? It was pretty good, Pagby. We sold pretty much everything we'd pre-crafted, all excluding a few potions. I had to wrestle a little bit in some of the flask markets yesterday. It's clear to me that this is probably the last week I'm going to bother fighting over the flask markets. Not that it was a lot of cancel scanning, but it was just brutal. Huge amounts of competition. But we did get most stuff sold. Well, I say most stuff. I've still probably got 7 or 8 million gold worth of flasks still to sell, but
I have an
I'm in no rush to sell them. We'll sell them out slowly.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
What I do want to do is actually have a little bit of a rotation through some of my characters and check that we're keeping up to date with patron orders. At least on the main crafter dudes. Ones where I'm trying to keep them min-maxed. Or just never get into crafting orders to start with. While I genuinely think that's actually the better way to do it, honestly. What do you think of the weak aura that insta-whispers people whenever they ask for a craft? Don't you think it's the same as botting? It literally does the same thing. Yeah, those kind of things are likely to get you shadow banned. Like, I tend to think that though, like any type of automation in any way, shape or form, Blizzard frowns on it aggressively. You can have copy paste, you know, you can make your life easier by having copy paste sort of replies and stuff like that, but you really don't want to go to the degree of having weak auras replying instantly for you and stuff. That's gonna cause you problems eventually. Crafting quest missing? I swear I would have picked this up yesterday. Alright, let's just get the weekly stuff done on these crafters as well. And then we can look at see if there's any recrafts that we need to get done.
The winds guide you.
JC book. Ha! I gotta go do jewel crafting treasures again. Let's get that done en route to going and killing the skinning thing. Might as well do the beast fang while we're here. Did you unfuck your scribe yet? Yeah, my scribe's now bis. It's self-rectified itself. Inks are flying off the shelves. Yeah, I sold a fair few inks yesterday. My unfortunate position was I didn't have enough herbs to craft more of them. As I was day trading on the herbs, and herbs were obviously expensive yesterday. Not a good position to be in. Didn't want to pay. I didn't want to pay over the odds for the herbs yesterday to then not sell all of the inks yesterday, because the inks will go down in price a little bit today. I reckon they'll rise again for the weekend, but I'm in a position where I need to start putting way more focus on material price than I have before. As a lot of people are now at pretty much max build. By 2040 I shut down WoW because I had nothing left to sell. Yeah, my bank character's stripped bare. I literally sold through like quite genuinely everything. And one of the reasons I stopped yesterday was that I had I had a quality 3 and quality 2 potions still, flasks still to sell. And I just couldn't be bothered. Called it a day. Oh shit, pet died. We're getting this dude some gear actually. He's pretty weak sauce. Alright, let's see if we can find some treasures on our way home. How much gold per day made would you be happy with this expansion? The reality is if I making gold is a bonus for me. It's not the reason I do what I do. That's not an upgrade. Yeah, making gold is a nice bonus. So I don't really look at it. I don't try and quantify it like that. I tinker with professions and craft stuff and sell stuff until I lose interest in doing it. And like I said, if at the same time it makes me gold, then GG. Usually I do it enough that I'm ahead of the curve and I make gold. So it's usually not too much of a problem. Only as of yesterday am I actually profitable in the expansion though. I spent 25 million gold in the first week. It's taken me a little while to recuperate that, but we have now. But yeah, at the end of the day, as long as my gold total doesn't aggressively go down, I don't care. Gold is there to spend at the end of the day. Sitting on a big pile of it is cool. It gives me, gives you some bragging rights if you have a big pile of it to sit on. But having a big, playing Scrooge McDuck all the time is, it is just that. It's just bragging rights. There's an element of credibility, I guess, because of being a content creator. That, there's somewhat the expectation that I both A, make a lot of gold, and B, have a lot of gold, but I try to ignore that as much as possible. And I think for the most part that's relatively self-inflicted anyway. One thing the way I usually describe my goal making activities is I much prefer the journey. The destination bores me really fast. So, right now, for example, the shuffling of the professions, the working towards max build, getting my profession tools in order, getting the knowledge points, getting the artisan security, the journey is what's fun for me. Once I'm at full build, and once all I'm doing is buying materials borderline AFK crafting and then selling things on the auction house, I lose interest super fast. Because it's not interest. At that point, the fun aspect is gone for me. Which is why I try to... I often will go pretty hard in a market. Go in... I will be careful how I phrase this. You know, give it a real good go at the beginning. Focus on it quite a lot. But, like, dip in and dip out is the best way for me, really. Best example of this is the most lucrative market that I've ever made gold in was the 9.2 rank 7 legendaries in Shadowlands. Without question, the most gold I've ever made in a single week. But it was just that. Even though it was ridiculous money, I got in, I crafted a bunch of shit, and then I got out. 2 days after that, like, the rank 7 legendaries came out on the Wednesday for Team EU. By Friday, I'd cashed out and I'd sold out, liquidated everything, and I was out of there. Because by that point, I was bored to death of just crafting and reselling. The journey was getting all of my crafters the recipes. The journey was like leveling up all the professions prior to that. I get bored super fast soon as like the journey just is on rotate. And the more as the years have gone on, the more and more I've switched into that sort of mindset as well. Some players play in a very different way. Some people are always, you know, they're always chasing a new journey. You know, if you're into farming, for example, you're always chasing the next biggest farm, the next thing that can net you that 100k gold an hour or something. You're constantly in that regard kind of looking for a new journey all the time. Crafting's a little bit more linear. I'm not a big fan of farming, and crafting's a little bit more linear, that you kind of have, you can set yourself a target nice and early, and once you've gone and done it, it's kind of done. Crafting's also a part of the game which, whilst not many people are willing to admit this, crafting gets to a point where it genuinely isn't worth doing anymore. Single-digit profit margins will slowly but surely increase your gold total, yes. But it's very easy to argue you just probably shouldn't be bothering at that point. When you need to sell 10 million gold worth of stuff to make 500k, you kind of got to look at it and say, are you really enjoying doing that? Very, very often, farming is significantly more lucrative than crafting. Unless you are on it and on it permanently. But the rotation then is buy your materials at the cheapest price, craft a shitload of stuff, and sell it under crafting cost to keep everybody else out. And that, once again, is just, for me, it's one of those, you're just on a treadmill at that point. I don't like the treadmill. How much gold do I have in total? I looked at this a little bit earlier. My TSM seems to claim I'm on about 55 million gold. I'm not entirely sure how much I trust it mathematically, but it's roughly around there. More than enough to not worry about it. Have I had the dual crafting knowledge points? I must have done. Have I picked them up and learnt them and just completely forgot about the fact I did it? Have I been that much on autopilot? Oh. Yeah, I did. Deepstone fragment claimed. Huh, okay. I'm flying around picking up dirt piles when I absolutely don't need to be. Totally on autopilot. Came for the gold, stayed for the profession. Yeah, it's kind of like that. When you have to AFK for an hour at the workbench just to make anything, I don't bother. I actually want to go out and play. Yeah, I get it. I totally agree. It's why vendor shuffle. Well, I never bothered with vendor shuffles. Vendor shuffles were far too much like hard work for me. Some people liked it because they could AFK whilst they were doing something else, like working from home or whatever, and they had more gold at the end of the day than they started with. But there was no fun in that for me. I play the game to play the game. If I'm not actually playing it, I get real bored real fast. This is why Shadowlands nearly crippled me, because it was just cancel scan 18 hours a day. Just turnover, 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 turnover. Massive amounts of turnover for single digit profit most of the time. The gold went up massively over the whole expansion, but it was a bit silly in hindsight. Competitor's Signet. I don't have that recipe. I'm actually full build for the most part on this dude, thinking about it. Once we get this tippity top. Weirdly, I'm actually at a point where I don't need to hyper-focus points on this dude anymore. I don't really need artisan security. I don't really need knowledge points. The only reason I need artisan security is if I ever pick up a second profession and want to spend it there. But it's certainly not a priority. Is that literally provide all mats? Is that just a straight freebie? Straight money? Well, that doesn't happen very often, does it? Minimum order quality of 2. Oh, okay. Well, concentrate. Nearly free money. 5 bismuth. I guess we can't argue with 5 bismuth, can we? I don't have mats on this dude. Warbank. Should be enough to get everything done. Go. That's our weekly done at the very least. 10 artisan security for the cost of an engraved gem cutter with the chance to proc resourcefulness on null stones and inverted prisms. Go on. Go on, you would. Oh, and I get a first time craft bonus out of this. All the more reason to do it. Minimum order quality of 2. Sure. Have a big boy one. Oh, wow, that doesn't even move the needle. Alright, have some concentration. Go. Hang on, before I do that. Before we do that. Resourcefulness. Give me that proc. Give me that proc. Oh, never lucky. Oh, well, we'll take it either way. First time craft bonus. Fractured gemstone locket. That's a first time craft as well. I need to provide the blasphemite and I need to provide the crushed gemstones. Okay, that's quite expensive, but the first time craft bonus. Sure. Same scenario. We'll harvest it for everything it's worth. What are we going to harvest off this that's actually worth anything, though? Nothing, really. Alright, whatever. Malleable pendant. Hard to turn that one away, isn't it, really? It's not much, but I just broke my first million. Go on, Mikey. Do it. GG. I find it hard. Really? You've just broke your first million? I would have assumed the way you play the game, you'd have had a little bit more than that. But either way, fair play. I have a habit of spending money on mounts. Like the frogs from BFA. Well, yeah, okay, that'll do it. Aren't they like 300k a piece? Those things are ridiculous. Okay, now we're into just ones where we don't actually have the recipe. Cognitive Bloodstone. Need to buy the recipe for that or do some PvP. I don't understand why I don't have this recipe. Oh, but I'd need to provide the blood. I'd need to provide yeah, that's not happening even if I get the recipe, is it? Alright, fine.
You wish to speak? May the eternal...
2 more knowledge points. Let's go see what's in the mailbox. Five more knowledge points. Is that tree full now? Is that the shaping tree full? Boom. Boom. Full shaping tree. Means we can craft everything. Jewel crafting intermediate. Very nice. How many knowledge points is that? 40, 80, 120, 150, 180? 180 knowledge points? Nice. Huh, I've never crafted either of these either. Must have picked up these recipes and then... Oh, I've just picked up this now, haven't I? The prismatic nullstone. Would I in theory not be able to make these at max quality now as well? I don't know. Right, is that the weekly stuff done on this dude? I think it is. Let's put these mats back in the water bank. We'll look at crafting stuff later. I just want to get all the weekly stuff done if I can on most of my crafters. We can get some recrafting done in a bit once we've got the basics out the way. Took me a little bit longer to do it on that dude than I expected, to be honest. I wanted to try and keep each of these characters to like 20 minutes max.
I have many lucky doos you like. Good fortune to our friends.
These, that's a BOE. Maybe we should sell those. Two deadly rubies. Why are those there? Those don't need to be there. Sell those as well. Right, next dude. Disco Dave, blacksmithing. Blacksmithing orders. Oh my god, these are never fun. These are never fun. Let me grab a drink before we start looking at blacksmithing. With the Warband Renown leveling, I actually don't mind taking alts out into the world. The way that Rep and Renown worked previously was not fun. Yeah, it's one of those subtle things, isn't it? That you can take an alt out, and if you do some world quests or stuff, if you see a rare that you need to kill for the week that you haven't before, you don't feel like, oh, I'm on the wrong character, which was always weird. A little bit more freedom. Do agree. Right. Blacksmithing orders first and foremost.
What brings you here?
Blacksmith orders. We got to go get us some treasures. Do we have a knowledge book on hand? No. No knowledge book on hand. Alright, well, we'll put an order in for a knowledge book then.
My directive is to serve you.
Don't even have the flipping knowledge book. That one. It's a favourite, that. Shit, who's my... I think it's this dude. If it lets me send it, we'll find out, won't we? Oh, hello, the wife's calling. Why is the wife calling? Back in 2. Right, probably want to put a few orders in for these. It's not like we're not going to need blacksmithing books every week for the next ever, so let's put in a few orders. Would love a quantity column. Well, that'll do. We'll get a couple of multi-crafts on that for sure. That'll do us for another month.
My thanks for your patronage.
Should we go see how tragic the orders are? Right, there's 11 to begin with. Some big numbers. I'm gonna be honest, they look better. By no means perfect, but they look better. Well, knowledge point for the cost of an alloy. I think a few of them needed alloys actually. Let's make a handful of them. Start. If we do this, do I have? Oh, I don't have a second blacksmithing tool yet. I need a second resourcefulness blacksmithing tool. Oh, I've nearly got the artisan security to do that as well. That might be something on the cards pretty soon. Right, there's one order. That's a knowledge point for the cost of some iron claw and a core alloy. Can we not be so lavish with the iron claw ore maybe? Do we look like we're made of gold? Oh shit, wait, hang on. Oh, alchemy, jewel crafting. Okay, they're useless to me. Iron claw. There we go. Three bismuth, 2 alloys. Oh, we haven't got any cheap bismuth. Where just come back here. Cheap bismuth. Right, that's our 3 orders done. A few knowledge points at the same time. Do we... Haha, nullstone. Nullstone needed on this one. I think not. I love me some artisan security, but not that much. 10 artisan security, 20 artisan security for the cost of 2 iron claw alloys. The fact that we get a crafting license out of this probably means that it's worth. It might actually be money. Surprisingly. That crafting license is worth something. No issue selling those things. And we saved some of the iron claw ore that we didn't even provide. Well, that's actually a win then, isn't it? What about this one? Okay. The gold we made on the last one pays for this one. Plus it gives us a chance to proc a nullstone. I'm out of alloys. If we proc a nullstone out of this, this is a big win. And that, at that point, people will hate me, because their blacksmithing orders never make anybody any gold. If we proc a nullstone on this, we can then use that nullstone on the other order. +1, -1. Go on. Proc a nullstone. Ah, stupid game. Alright. Well, it's fine. The irony is, once again, I'm max building on this dude. I don't really need the knowledge points, but we can use them to start spreading out into other stuff. There's a strong chance that because the way crafting is that trying to hyper spec into anything else. I mean, we're bis on alloys. I could go into frameworks. I could go into like the other bits and pieces. What I'm more likely to do, though, is actually go into profession tools. Not because I want to do work orders, but it means I can recraft any of my work ordery stuff at a higher quality. Frameworks at Q3 are worthless. Yeah, I would unlock stuff to be able to press a button on it to unlock the recipes, but like if I've got a bunch of points, I'd rather go into like something that can actually benefit my character. is my logic with that, at least, anyway.
How may I aid you?
This dude has skinning as well, so let's go get our beast fang for the day. Try and grab 2 treasures at the same time. I'm not great with keeping up with this daily beast fang business, you know. I'm actually real tempted to can off these skinners and like pick up something that I can just do once or twice a week. I'm super tempted to throw tailoring on all of these characters as well. Just because I can log in every couple of days, craft a few bolts. Daily logins do not sit well with me. Not that I don't log in, but the fact I have to do something every day on them. Even flying down, killing one mob is far too much like hard work. Because every day you don't do it, you're losing. When it's cool and all, but stacking up a few days of bolts and then crafting them all in one go means I don't have to do shit daily. Plus I can still somewhat benefit from it. Super tempted to swap all of these out for tailoring. The alternative is alchemy, because you know, it works in a similar way. Can I use this in combat? No. My blacksmithing didn't change all that much, a solid amount of orders without the sanctified provided. Yeah, that's always going to hurt. I clearly don't have this trinket keybound. I usually keybind my trinkets into a Bestial Wrath, but for some reason on this character I just haven't done it. I don't even have a generic. I have that many hunters, I thought I'd have put that in my generics, but clearly not. Thinking the same, I took skinning whilst the mats were printing money, but nowadays I can't be bothered to go get my treasures. I'd never actually skin anything. Yeah, just casually making the occasional bolt every few days is far more my play style. That, or I could push them all into like enchanting for like concentration builds or something. Something that doesn't require me to actually do something on the daily. Because the reality is whilst, yeah, I can make 5k per character per day from the Beast Fangs, at least right now, with the obvious possibility that they skyrocket in the future for some silly reason. It's not like that hasn't happened before. Simultaneously, that would require me to have not sold them for 5k every day. Just purely by proxy of the fact that I need to do something every day is half the reason why I'm just not. And I'm slowly, now that we're a month into the expansion, toning down my amount of hours I play the game for per day, not trying to increase it by giving myself a daily task to do on every single character. I'm trying to, you know, cut back, not drive forward, if that makes sense. Oh, I pulled 5k out my ass. I've got no idea how much they actually sell for. I don't even think about it. I just throw them on the auction house, and it goes in the pile. 3.6k right now. All right. In a entirely somewhat elitist goal-making goblin-y way, the time it takes to fly down here to kill a mob to fly back again, the 3k is not worth it. It's my honest answer. To have to build it into a routine to do it every day on multiple characters, 3k, nah, you're alright. Yeah, I was assuming Pet was not going to like standing in the lava. Basically the same as a rank 3 Duskweave with no multicraft proc. Well, as far as I'm concerned, at least at the moment, ow, 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 there's more shuffle options with the bolts. I can, you know, I can turn them into bags, or, you know, there's other things I can do. The beast fangs for me right now is just to get it and sell it sort of thing. Works for some people. Not something I'm too fussed in doing, though. An Uwu helm. $477 though. Not too interested. Probably get disenchanted. There's a treasure. Oh no, you're not a treasure, are you? You're that trinket that was very broken at one point. Oh, flipping another rare keeps turning up. Who was it that was saying earlier? I think it was Lady Daisy who was saying this earlier, that I'm on an alt right now and I can go kill this rare knowing that I get the rep for it for the week, and it all goes in the rep pool, which is really nice. Which means I then don't mind doing it. Past expansions, I'd have just left this, because there would have been no point me getting the 150 rep on an alt that didn't have the rest of the rep. So this is definitely cool. Why is rank 1 cloth 60 gold a piece? Because fucking nobody's farming. Blizzard are doing a strong job of nuking all of the hyperspawn farms. Not only that, Mythic Plus is out now. So most people who spent the first couple of weeks of the expansion farming are now not farming. Or even if they are still farming, they're farming substantially less. And so, yeah. Surprise, surprise. Mats are going up. Exquisite Weaver Cloth bolts, for example, you physically cannot make them fast enough at the moment. Or at least you couldn't yesterday. They peaked at, I think, 900 gold yesterday. And I've been selling them for as low as 200 at points in the expansion so far. 900 gold. For an single exquisite Weaver Cloth bolt. Demand be crazy. The it's one of the first markets that we're really starting to see that the supplies actually start to dry up a little bit. There's another rare. Flipping out. What's up with this shard? Am I in war mode? I am. That's why. That's why all the rares are up. Plus by now, cloth looting spect players are probably not getting that many rank 1s. Yeah, you might actually start to fight. Is that another Uwu piece of gear? Another Uwu ring. Yeah, it might actually just well be that if you are out there getting cloth, you're at least even. You're getting equal amounts of Q1s, Q2s, and Q3s. So not getting as many rank 1s. I'm pretty sure the price of cloth is basically normalized because of that fact. That the only people out there farming get a roughly equal number of all 3 qualities, so it ends up all being sold for about the same price. My pet dead? No. Why is it not holding aggro? Pet do pet things. It's a farmer's market and I love it. Hey, if you're still out there actively farming, it's like Christmas, because it means you're making significantly more gold every hour. Most of the gold usually filters down to farmers eventually. And then those farmers go and spend it on crafted gear and it goes back up the tree. and then big crafter goblins sit on most of it. Most things are at the point now where rank 2s are cheaper, or at least the same as rank 1s. Yeah. Yeah, the herbs are holding a little bit of a delta between the two prices. But yeah, like a lot of other raw materials, 1s and 2s have almost normalized. Oh, we've got... Oh, okay, there's our second blacksmith one. We're done out here now. Let's not farm treasures when we don't need to for hours like we did on the last character. Did we not hand... Oh, yeah, we were waiting on an order to come through. In fact, we weren't waiting on an order because we sent it to our alt. Is that us done with blacksmithing for now, then? Until I log on to my scribe and craft a bunch of shit? I think it probably is. That will naturally happen in a day or two's time. Claim all of that, though. Some goodies in there. Oh, 2 rank 3 spears. Don't mind if I do. Those little goodie bags sometimes cough up some great results. Love getting a nullstone out of those. Don't mind getting tier 3 herbs out of them either, if I'm honest. We take those. 19 knowledge points to spend in blacksmithing. I don't really have anywhere to spend it particularly. One thing I should remember is that even if I spec into profession gear next, I probably need the recipes, don't I? That's something I hadn't considered. That I'm not actually going to have the recipes. I need the artisan security for the recipes. I've got 308 artisan security, but that's likely to be spent on a resourcefulness tool. Or would it be better off just picking up a few of these recipes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recipes. What's 5 times 150? It's like a lot, isn't it? A lot more than we've got. And slowly pick them up, I suppose. What happened to the cloth market overnight? Yeah, we've just been talking about it. The cloth market is just drying up because nobody's out there farming cloth. It's quite simple. Or should I state, the demand for cloth is outstripping the supply of it. So stuff's going up. Is that the right way to go, or should I at least unlock these first? I can go into stonework. The question is then do we go... I don't think I care about frameworks in any way, shape or form. But do I go into tools next? Or do I go into these stones? It's another thing to then craft, isn't it? I have no idea about how the market looks with those, though. Do I go tool enhancement ones? Scares me the fact that they use null stones, even still. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Flipping hell. Sharpen your mining, herbalism, or skinning tool to increase finesse. This only gives you 1 per? Holy shit. Okay. No wonder these... No wonder these are rarely used by herbalism and mining. They changed the combat ones to give you 4 of them per craft, but they didn't change the profession one. Okay. Sure. Well, screw you, crafters. Screw you, crafters. Yours are gonna stay expensive. Learn to use finishing reagents to add additional effects when crafting weapon stones. 10 skill, 5 skill, 5 skill. What does the base node give? 1 skill. Improve your ability to craft consumable stones, which temporarily enhance your weapons and profession tools. So we need 30 points in here and 20 points in here before we're going to be able to guarantee them at Q3. At what point can we make them at Q2 using Q1 mats? Probably 58 points from somewhere, somehow. I'm 1 knowledge point short of capping weapon stones if I want to. Okay, that's only flat skill. Oh, hang on, the wife's calling again. She's probably letting me know lunch is ready. Please hold. Right, boys and girls, my lunch is ready. I'm gonna go quickly grab some. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with you. Alrighty, we're back. Let's switch you on. You don't need to watch me nom. Some of you might have some weird mukbang fetish or something. A nice healthy salad. That was a can of Coke, by the way. That wasn't a beer. Just to prove it. Can of Coke. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was kind of deciding if going into these weapon stones is the next play. I'm going to be 30 points away from maxing them at max quality, but I suspect this could be one of those scenarios where quality 2s are actually what sells. Iron Claw Whetstone. Is that the one that people buy? I have Iron Claw. I suppose it's about the same, right? Or maybe not. Let's investigate. Probably not going to craft anything now, but I'm just trying to contemplate where I put my points and if we want to go in this way.
My prices to be reasonable.
Razor stones are the herb and mining ones. Ha! Look at the low quantities of these, though. Clearly, most herb and miners do not see value in these. They should have jacked up those to 4 as well, you know. That would have actually made them more valuable. Nobody in there. Well, if you are very well optimized as a crafter, sorry, as a gatherer, you can probably still make more than 6.5k over a 2-hour herbing mining session with that finesse. But it's still, you know, it's debatable enough that you're probably still not going to bother. That said, you'd have basically the market to yourself. Waystones. Iron Claw Whetstone seems to be the big one that everybody wants. There's only a 250 gold difference between Q2s and Q3s, which to me tells me that they probably all sell. I'm not going to assume that there's any difficulty selling these. There's still not really a lot of them though, is there? Yeah, everybody keeps telling me mana oils is where it's at anyway. It's just another thing to put on my list that I can craft with blacksmithing, you see. But it's another consumer for null stones, which makes them expensive to craft into all the same. Yeah, loads of money in oil. Who would have guessed it? Okay.
Return and peruse my
For now, that's blacksmithing done anyway. We can spend the knowledge points when we need to spend the knowledge points. All I know is I'm going to completely sack off frameworks. I don't think I care about frameworks, even though I could go straight into them and max them out now. I don't think max frameworks is still going to make anybody anything. Unless I've completely misread the room on these. But I don't think I have. I'm not convinced you can make these at top quality to where anybody cares about them. It's a weird one though. It's one of those when the prices of stuff comes down it might be valuable. But I'm not convinced these at quality 3 are ever going to be cheap enough for anybody to care. My general consensus with finishing reagents is they are usually shit. They're shit until proven non-shit. We're very American with our finishing reagents. Guilty until proven innocent. And I think the only finishing reagent I've actively used a bunch so far is mirror powder, because it stacks on top of multicraft and is actually worth. The rest of them are just useless. That's not to say you won't sell them though, because not everybody does maths. And these quality 2s look like you can, well, only 11% of what gets posted sells, which is not fun to begin with. But there's potential money in them. It's another alternative, although the core alloy market is, yeah, screw it. We're not worrying about it. Move on. Move on. One of my rules for this expansion is if you have to fight over profits and it's not clearly making you money, then move on. What's happened to Ranthius's eyes? Oh, they were just closed. Okay. He looked very weird for a second. Right, tailoring weeklies. A little bit in rank 2s, decent with rank 3s, but I still need to use concentration on it for now. But it's quite cheap on concentration. Have to be full multi-spec though. Yeah, that's where it's going to catch enchanters out, because it's the only thing that they use multi-craft for, meaning you kind of have to have fully built towards it. That is a dapper fox. My hat tips to you. You are a dapper fox. Melfi, look at you with your fancy wand and your looking suave with your top hat. Okay. Anyway. How long does it take to recharge 30 charges in tailoring with a maxed out build? Now, good question. I haven't done the maths in Dragonflight because it actually changed, I think. I think, but don't 100% quote me on this, that a full 30 charges recharges in a week. So 168 hours. Because I think the default is a 16.8 hour charge time and you have up to 10 charges. But I think you can triple the amount that you get once you've fully spec'd into it. But don't quote me on that because I'm not 100%. Do I have a knowledge book for tailoring? Yes. Tailoring treasures once again. Oh, and this dude also has skinning. Okay. Another reason to go down south. Goalmaker transmog competition, let's go. Not gonna happen, it's 800 gold to change mog. Yeah. Yeah, you don't get rich by wasting it on transmog. That is true. Whoa, 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 you be so speedy. Show off. The fact that 99% of enchanters don't go for multi helps, less competition, and you can sell them pretty much instantly most of the time. It's fair. Sounds like a win situation to me. Zig when everybody zags. That's how we do it. Where's the dude? He's down here somewhere, isn't he? I'm looking for treasures at the same time. I'm not flying deliberately moronic. Oh look! How very convenient. A wax pile. Ah, double convenient. Exactly the one we wanted. Are you going to drop a feast down? No, you were... Sorry, I'm doing more button pressing and less actually eating food, which is kind of the point right now, but... Oh, another character where I've not keybound stuff, apparently. How about a 1 hour a day goal making challenge? You only get to play your character for 1 hour a day and race with other goal making streamers to see who can get the most in a week or a month. Things like that have been attempted before. I'm gonna be honest, challenges don't excite me. They never really have. Especially regarding goal making, because goal making at its core is very mathematical. You can kind of get to the point where you just like the, you know, gold cap challenges or token challenges or something. The reality is the easiest way to go from no gold to a token or no gold to gold cap is just farm it. And by that point, you can math it out how long it's going to take, and it's not a challenge per se. It's a feat of endurance more than anything else. And I, for one, would struggle to make that entertaining. Same with the 1 hour a day challenge sort of thing. It's like, meh. The 1 hour a day challenge is easy. You set up a concentration build and you log on every day. You press concentration, you log off. You don't need an hour. That's the reality of it for me. You don't even need that hour. Are they both the tailoring ones? Happy. That worked beautifully. All it takes is one lucky snipe off the auction house to win it. That's it. If you're trying to match people against each other, it's you spend an hour a day just flipping on the auction house. You could argue there's skill in that, but you're also right that one lucky snipe on a stack of null stones or something. It's good in principle. It's a good thought in principle, but okay, I need to do some tailoring work orders then by the looks of things. Nine. Any goodies? Is it a freebie? A freebie for 30 artisans acuity? Hang on, let's put our resourcefulness tool on. A freebie? Damn, they don't turn up very often. A freebie, 30 artisans acuity, and a crafting license. And we saved ourselves a ribbon. Well, check it out. Money in the bank. That's basically free. Let's get a resourcefulness proc on these. Let's go. Let's do it. Resource proc. Never lucky, stupid game. 2 exquisites. I don't have the exquisites apparently. Let's make some cheap ones. Go on, resource proc. Six and 2, that's starting to get a little bit more expensive for a single knowledge point I don't really need. Don't have that recipe. That's way too expensive. We can probably give that a go. That's worth doing. Oof. If you'd provided the exquisites, I'd have done that, but otherwise, no thanks. Okay, that's our work orders done. That should get us our Algari Tailor's Notebook. This has been pretty fast for this tailoring character, actually.
How
Weekly
may I
stuff
aid you?
done. Nice. 350 artisan security? Any reason to spend that on something somewhere? In fact, tailoring needs artisan security for a month of Sundays for all the recipes, doesn't it? Spec points wise, I think I'm trying to put more points into dusk weaving, aren't I? Just because it gives us multi-craft when making them. Yeah, a full 20 points in here is actually useful. Hang on, we got a mailbox full of goodies as well. Oh, 6 knowledge points. Oh, you are jesting me. You're leaving me 1 point short. Why does the game always do this to me? Genuinely always leaves me 1 point short. Do I maybe try a little bit harder on one of these orders just to get that last point? Is that possible? Do I just try a little bit harder on this one? Ah, fuck it. It's only gold, right? It's only gold. Maybe we get a resource proc on the bolts. I need 4 more. Well, hang on. Let's just see if we get a multi-craft. Oh, hang on. Flipping hell. That's too late. I've already done it. Hey, there we go. Was worth. Whatever. Oh, flipping hell. Hang on. Go on. Resource proc on the bolts. Never lucky. Alright, where's the knowledge point we needed? There's no reason this character should be getting flickers as well, by the way. I just want to point out. It's a knowledge point catch-up system. I don't even think it works properly. There's absolutely no reason it should be giving me knowledge points on any of my characters. I have been hyper 100% min-maxed optimized since day 1 of the expansion on these toons. There's no reason I should be getting catch-up points. But that's Duskweave, for the most part, done. It's at least going to give me maximum charges now. So my Duskweave can now stack up to 30. I still only get a pitiful 10 with my Dawnweave, but that's our next adventure. So yeah, now we log on once or twice a week, craft these. Not really that fussed about making them at top quality, even though we are very close to. I'm assuming, maybe we shouldn't assume, but there's part of me that wonders if, do I need those 15 points in the middle node to make those at Q3 guaranteed? Surely not. Shit, resourcefulness tool on again. Every time. These are still 500 gold apiece. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. I'm still 20-something points away. 23 points away from making those at top quality. Guaranteed. Which I presume is the points I get from in here, right? Clearly. 15 points by putting a point in. Where does the extra 8 come from? There's an extra 5. There's an extra 5, so there's the extra 10. So that's, yeah. Yeah, you basically need to fill this as well to make them at top quality. Do I go for guaranteed Q3s on these bolts, or do I push into the other bolts? $888 gold a piece is the current listing price for Q3 bolt. How much is a Q2 bolt? 400. It doubles your money, but it's probably double the cost as well right now. I don't know. Maths is hard. Either way, let me finish my lunch. Oh my god, I've not heard this song for years. I think everybody in my generation had a bit of an emo phase where they listened to Green Day, surely. You may not have put on the black makeup, but I'm sure everybody listened to Green Day at one point. Alrighty. Okay, we'll let those stack up. I wonder, you know, does your concentration's never going to keep up with this, is it? Using concentration on this is never going to keep up. Did you wear clothes from Hot Topic back in the day? I'm going to say no, because I don't know who or what Hot Topic is. I didn't go that deep into the emo phase. I did dye my hair red once, though. That was about as close as I got. Everybody has a past. Oh, Hot Topic's an American store? Oh, okay. Yeah, then I don't know. There's part of me that can't decide if I should use quality 3 mats and concentration. It makes my concentration go further at the cost of increasing my crafting cost. But it fundamentally does mean I get to produce more quality 3 Duskweave bolts. At least until the point where I can craft all of them at quality 3 guaranteed. Which I can't quite do yet. But I wonder if doing this and doing this, while it makes less gold per item. There is maths you can do to figure this shit out. It takes me down to 183 concentration as opposed to 234. On the basis that quality 2 spools and quality 3 spools, though, are borderline identical, there seems no reason not to use quality 3 spools. Because that's 43 concentration saving. 44 concentration saved. There's no reason not to do that. Craft Sim's got mats optimization that includes best profit for concentration used. Does it work on this as well? Oh, okay. It does, yeah. Using 197 by doing 2 of these and then splitting these up. 5 of these, 3 of those. That's the hyper-optimal way, apparently. 1,500 gold apiece. 197 means I'm going to press the button 5 times. Multicraft stacked. There's a flipping ingenuity potion or something I meant to use, isn't there? Here we go. Vial of concentrated ingenuity. What's the odds that changes this number? That changes this number. That's clever. No, it doesn't. It's a lie. It's all an illusion. Have we got enough mats to do all 7 of those? No. What am I missing? I'm missing Q2 Dusk Thread bolts. Q2 Dusk Thread. Unravel. Dusk Weave. Resourcefulness. Flipping out. It's like playing Jenga with tailoring. I'm just going to unravel this because I've got it. It's probably not. So what are we doing? We're doing Duskweave bolts. Optimize 2 of those, 5 of these, 3 of these. Go. Is that right? Now the number's different again. Use concentration. That should be right. Okay. So that should give us 5 procs. Ingenuity gives us a 50% refund. If we can get 2 ingenuity procs at 13%, it's never going to fucking happen. That needs to be multi-craft tool. God damn. Multi-craft tool. Is that still spot on? Okay. Let's go. Ingenious breakthrough, first one. Right, that saved us 50%. We need another proc. We need 1 more proc to actually get a free craft out of this. I'd rather have multi-craft every time though. No multi-craft. Why did it do a ding and why do I have to do this then for it to no, wait, what? Who the what? Oh, okay. No, we are actually out now. I swear that was only 4 crafts. Oh no, that was 5 crafts. See, this is why I fucking hate ingenuity. It procced and it still didn't do shit for us. Procced and it didn't do shit because it still only refunds 50%. Which in my eyes makes it completely pointless. Okay. Dawnweave, we never use concentration on, we just craft what we can craft. So we need optimize for Q2. Is 2 of these. Why have I got nearly 5,000 spools of Dawn Thread at quality 3? Should probably sell those. Should probably sell those. That's clearly not the right way of doing it. That's not optimized for quality 2 at all, is it? How can that possibly be optimized for quality 2? Okay, I don't have quality 1s. Dawn Thread quality 2, I'm missing a bunch of. Unravel. Dawn Thread. Quality 2. I haven't got any quality 2 Dawn Weave. Oh, I already hate this. I already hate this. I'm sure once you get this system down, it's fine, but I already hate this.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders. My
Giving up on my tailors for this reason. How many hours are there in a day? Well, yeah, this is kind of, like it's a rhythm thing, right? It's an absolute mindfuck for me right now because I'm not used to doing it. But once you get in the swing of things, once you get in the rhythm, it's all, you know, you'll have unraveled everything, you'll have got everything prepared, you'll have done it all already. It'll all be in your war bank, and you'll just log on to all your tailors and just press buttons, and you'll know exactly what buttons to press, and it'll just be easy. Wait, that's not the right one. Wait, what the fuck? What did I just buy? I bought Dawnweave. Oh, you absolute muppet. What? In fact, no, why is that not... Was that what I went... I don't even know if that's what I needed now. Right, Dawnweave bolts. Five crafts. Optimized. Optimized is technically Q1s, but I can't use Q1s, so we do Q2s. Exquisites, 2 apiece, 5 orders. That's the best we do. We don't spend concentration on them. We just craft them. We're not optimized for these, so we just make them. We didn't have the multi-craft tool on, for fuck's sake. Didn't make a difference anyway. We can now do the same on these. Just use Q2s everywhere. Multi-craft tool, spam them, go. Yeah, these tailoring bolts, whilst I'm inclined to zoom a bunch of my characters away from skinning and into tailoring instead, there's part of me that just can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. There's definitely a part of me that's like, this is too much like hard work. Okay. Why does it say I still need a book? I'm sure I don't. Did I do that? I'm pretty sure I did that. Maybe it's just this week or it's going crazy. Profession shopping list add-ons, great. You just do an auctioneer search for all of the stuff you need. and the exact amounts. Auctionator does that anyway, doesn't it? I use that a lot through Auctionator. Open the auction house, open your crafting, just, you know, press search. Keeps things easy. Yeah, okay, my tailor's done for the week. That's kind of the point I wanted to get to. I wasn't really trying to do any crafting, but I just thought, since we're here. Right, alchemy. I think I might have done all of my alchemy stuff yesterday, actually. Is there any way to make Craft Sim ignore the obvious bogus prices? It really throws off when people are posting mats for 10% of the price to snipe. You can do price overrides in Craft Sim, which will fix that problem. Obviously, it requires you to manually go in and change them from time to time. Or consider using TSM instead of Auctioneer for your prices. Prices are more stable these days, which means you can see some more success using TSM price sources rather than auctionators. Auctionator's still better for like minute by minute stuff though. I need some alchemy crafting orders apparently. That's the only thing I need to do. I did everything else yesterday. Still only 4? Okay, why still only 4 orders? Why have I not had any... Why have I not had any new alchemy orders? I want some of these new shiny orders that aren't dog shit. Because these are tragic. I mean, the Pentagold review makes up for it there, I suppose. I'd need a resourcefulness proc or something on that to make it worth. What about this one? Oh, you want it at Q3. The unraveled instructions are money though. Shit, I didn't realise these had gone up so much. Sold a bunch of these recently. With an augment rune, that's actually money. Holy smoke. Although it's going to take 441 concentration to make it a quality 3. Well, I'm not using my concentration for anything else, am I? Might as well. We could do some damage limitation, I suppose. I don't even think it's worth it, though. 2 quality 1 vials. That's the best way of doing everything. Just quality 1 the lot. Alright, sure. It's 1 order. That's quite an expensive one. That's probably the better one. That's the cheaper of the 3. Do that one. Only want it at Q2. Alright, you're good. Instructions peaked at 10k? Lord. Okay. Wish I wasn't so proactive in selling them then. Holy smoke.
What brings you here? Walk with the earth.
Right. I don't think I needed those alchemy points for anything. If I needed them for something, I'd have used them yesterday. I think we are now... Yeah, we're full build over here. There's... Now we just... Now we work on lure drop? Are we at a point where we just work into lure drop now? There's only 1 flask that is problematic to craft. Which is the problematic one to craft? It's the tempered aggression one. because we're not good at using Orbinid or Lure Drop. But we can start to fix that problem. This is the only flask we have to do some silly shenanigans on to make them at Q2. The rest of them are fine. So maybe we just put points in Lure Drop. Is there any value in maxing Blessing Blossom? You may recover flasks as a result of experimenting with Blessing Blossom. Now, Blessing Blossom is technically the cheapest rare herb at quality 3. I haven't done any testing to see just how often you actually recover flasks from experimenting. What's the cost of 20 Q3 Blessing Blossoms? 141. 2,800 gold. Okay. It'd have to give you a flask guaranteed every time for it to be worth, which it's clearly not going to. Why am I 2 points short? Why am I 2 points short there? Because I haven't put the last 5 points into Blessing Blossom. That's going to be it, isn't it? Enchanters are using them to guarantee quality 3 enchants by replacing some of the dust at a net profit. Oh, with the instructions even. Ah, that's what's jacked the price of them up then. What mathematically would ever make that make sense? It would have to be nearly 100. The sometimes recover. It would have to literally be 100%. Maybe I'll just hold off and see what I'm doing. There's also part of me that's somewhat tempted to go into Profession Vials next. Just because the Bountiful Season business. Where is it? Vial of Bountiful Seasons. It's around here somewhere. This puppy dog. It would be quite nice to get this produced at quality 2. With quality 1 mats. I'm still miles off doing that, actually. Because as of right now, that's still not really profitable. It would be, but it's not. But whenever it's officially winter, because nobody cares about 106 finesse really, but 106 resourcefulness will make this a borderline mandatory thing to have on when crafting. There's part of me that wonders if I plan for that eventuality. I don't think anybody's going to use the quality 3 variations. 135 resource, although maybe they will. Depends if you're crafting big dick stuff. The reality is this is as soon as winter turns up. I don't know when winter starts. Is there any way to figure this shit out? There's a pet. Isn't there a bunch of pets, like old school vanilla pets that only turn up in they're seasonal, right? Do we think the dates are going to be the same? Right, where's Wowhead? When does winter officially start in WoW? Can anybody remember the name of the seasonal pet? When it turns, that thing will be cheaper anyways, probably. Flipping hell. It's one of the only vanilla pets I don't have. Snowy owl. Let's try snowy owl. Snowy owl. Winter, spring, season, winter. Comments. Snowy owl is one of 12 battle pets that can only be found during specific spawning conditions. Snowy owl can be found in winter, spring only during the winter. Starts spawning December the 22nd. Stops spawning March the 19th. Is that what the game considers winter then? Summer starts spawning June 21st. Stops spawning September 23rd. So, by all calculations, as far as the game is concerned, it's autumn right now. Or fall for our American friends. Does that mean right now, this doesn't do shit for anybody? Drink to increase your finesse during the summer. It's just finesse at the moment. Have you used one? Because if it still gives a bonus, it still assumes it's summer.
My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled.
I just want to know when it flips. Finesse increased by 84 whilst you are experiencing summer. So, as far as the game is concerned, it still thinks it's summer. Okay. Okay, nobody seems to know when winter is. Nobody seems to understand when winter is. I guess we just kind of guess. All right. That was a long shot anyway. I'm just thinking that the very second that these start providing a resourcefulness buff, they basically become mandatory for all crafters to have on. Because more resourcefulness, more good, right? More resourcefulness, more good. Obviously, you've got to take into consideration the cost of them, but even at like what is right now 50 gold a piece, the crafting cost on these is not outrageous considering you get 4 of them. If you're crafting anything ever, you'll have one of these on, which means they will sell like hotcakes. Especially by the time that winter turns around, will be hardcore min-max. People will be full build. The extra resourcefulness will, for some markets, be quite literally the difference between profit or not profit. So these will become mandatory. I kind of wonder if it's worth getting good at making these before that eventuality turns up. Now, I can nearly make them at quality 2 with just quality 1 herbs, which is pretty good. But there is the option to put some points in here to get better at them. Plus you get the multi-craft, plus you get the spillover. My decision here is, do I push more into alchemical mastery to just get better at making the other flasks? Or do I put 25 points in here as my next adventure? I don't even know. 120 resourcefulness is so little though. It doesn't matter. When you're playing the game of he who has most stats wins, you need all of the stats. The reality is, yeah, 120 resourcefulness is not a lot. But if you don't have it, and somebody else does have it, they have an advantage over you. So you need it. You can't half min-max. You either min-max or you don't. And crafting very quickly ends up being that if you're not min-maxed, you don't make gold. 120 resourcefulness as of right now. I mean, it's the same as a quality 3 enchant on your tool, for example. It's actually pretty sizable. I only have 262 resourcefulness, and that's giving me 10%. An extra 120 is actually massive, by the way. It's not very small. It's actually pretty huge. Well, the easy solution here is that I don't particularly need to spend the points at the moment anyway. If I was to put them anywhere, I'd put them into lure drop. But that's only for the reason that it will allow me to make these flasks at quality 2 easier. At the moment, I have to do some funny business by using some Q2 herbs, which doesn't make a vast amount of difference. It just, because the prices are basically the same. It's just an annoyance having to split my herbs up when crafting these things. Ends up being 4.45% resourcefulness. I mean, if it's worth nearly 5% resourcefulness, that is absolutely 100% mandatory whenever you're crafting anything, as soon as it's winter. So yeah, those vials will shift. As soon as we get out of summer, and as soon as we get into winter, these things are going to go boom. And they're in the same vein as the Alchemical Chaos one, that they use all 4 herbs. So guaranteeing them at quality 3 basically is not possible for a good while. But making them at least at quality 2 in a cost-effective way would be important. And actually, the Spectre node, it's more about getting the multi-craft, it's more about getting the spillover than it is the actual skill of crafting the thing. This node is massive. Looking at the winter squid, comments say it's available from September up until March, whilst the summer bass is available March until September. So it may also apply here. Okay. Well, it could be that when we roll into October then, in a couple of days' time, those vials switch into winter mode, and it means all crafters will have to start buying them and using them. Okay. Something to keep our eyes on. I'll save my knowledge points for now, because if I need to quickly put 25 points in here, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll save my points. Not that we get that many, like, on a weekly basis anymore, but... There's a vial that changes depending on the season. Yeah, the vial of bountiful seasons. It does something different in the winter as it does in the summer. We're in summer mode, and summer gives you a finesse boost when you're gathering, which is like neither here nor there to most gatherers. But when it switches into winter and gives resourcefulness, it's big business. It's big business. Or at least it potentially will be. If we look at the Q3 versions... Actually, it's 135 resourcefulness, by the way, in the winter on the Q3s. Which is even more than we were looking at a minute ago. 135, that's a lot. That's more than a quality 3 resourcefulness enchant. They're big. They're big, actually. That's massive. If we just knew when winter was. So... Just came back from getting a drink and all I hear is it's actually pretty huge. It's not small. No lies there. 5% resistance to the dot. Is that what it is? Exactly 5% resourcefulness. Did I say resistance? You know what I meant. Resourcefulness. It'll be interesting if it'll work for refining herbs and ores, because that recipe has resourcefulness in their stat lists. Oh! Oh, clever. Yeah, turning quality 1 and 2 herbs and ores into quality 3. Yeah, because gatherers otherwise don't get resourcefulness anywhere, do they? So even 5% resourcefulness, if you're doing it enough... A saving's a saving, you know. Oh, that's quite interesting. Yeah, these vials are going to be big business then, I reckon. Big business. Being able to make them at least quality 2. Reliably. Without too much of an expense. The reality is that you can use Q2 herbs most of the time, I reckon, on these. And Q1 and Q2 herbs are about the same. Not necessarily everywhere, but... Quality 1, quality 2 herbs, there's not too much of a difference. Ooh, I'd have to use quality 2 gildeds, which is not fun. What's the optimization for this? 1s, 2s, 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 and then mostly 2s. Well, let's just assume 2s all round is how I'd have to do it right now. I wouldn't get the multi-craft, I wouldn't be getting the spillover, so I probably wouldn't be very competitive on the price. Okay. That's food for thought, as they say. Let's... Did we do this? We did do this. Next character. True Sight is always better for gathering purposes. Yeah, True Sight is massive. Just purely because it basically doubles the amount of nodes you can tap, so... Or at least that's how it feels. You can't enchant or use the missive of resourcefulness on gathering gear. So yeah, it'd be the only way to get resourcefulness for refining, if it works. How do you recommend me to earn some gold in WoW? Currently mining and herbing in Kazalgar. Just keep mining and herbing in Kazalgar. You're doing exactly what you need to do. Just do more of it. Even if, yeah, obviously what you see advertised out there is going to be the best of the best. If you are able to achieve 30k an hour and that produces you, let me put it this way, you're not going to make 30,000 gold an hour in any easier fashion than what you're currently doing. The more you work at it, the more skill points you have in herbalism and mining, the more artisan's acuity you gain, the more stats you'll have, the higher your potential. But you're already doing what you need to be doing. There's plenty of optimizations that you can still do in gathering anyway. Did I do all? No, I didn't do all my weekly. This little weak aura seems to be having a heart attack. It doesn't seem to always know what the hell's going on. I need my leatherworking book, my leatherworking journal, and then 2 treasures. Leatherworking book. Let's go get some leatherworking orders.
You wish to speak?
Let's go see if our orders are not complete cancer. And then we'll go get some treasures. I need to provide the gloom chitin. I mean, I can live with that, I suppose. Maybe, possibly. Hope for a resource proc. Let me get some mats. Oh, no. Flipping out. Wrong button. Leatherworking. Let's just grab all of this. Need a resource proc on this. Multicraft tool, put our resourcefulness tool on. Go. Oh, we actually saved 29 of them. Well, that's better than I would have expected. The only other one for a knowledge point is on a recipe that we don't have. Legs. It's not out of our reach to get it, though. We are full build with leatherworking. Full build-ish. I still think I'd probably want to put points in these two before I unlock leathery stuff. Nah, you can screw off. Oh, I need 3 orders on leatherworking. Okay. Let's do this one then. This is pretty cheap. This might... There's no way that's money. Oh yeah, because a single sunless carapace is less than the commission for once. Well, well, well. And we get a goodie bag. Is Craft Sim calculating an average value for these goodie bags, I wonder? I need to ask that question. Drums. Drums are an expensive one. There's part of me that wonders if I just fake this order. Let me get some spores. Oh, our man's gone. Do I not have any spores? How do I not have any viridescent spores? How's that possible? They're clearly on another character somewhere. This is why we need to be able to
I'm
craft
calibrating
from
my
the war
prices to be
bank.
reasonable.
Do I not have any at all? Yeah, they're on another character, that's where they are.
My thanks for your patronage.
Oh! Oh! My order for my leatherworking bag came through. Increase your resourcefulness by 90 when crafting leatherworking reagents. I can't believe I went so long without having that. I feel like a bit of a fraud, honestly. We need resourcefulness. Proc resourcefulness, please. Hey! That'll do. Saved a bunch of reagents that we didn't even have to provide in the first place. Saved over 50 reagents on that craft. We'll take it. We don't have the leatherworker's schmuck, nor do I particularly feel excited about providing a tinderbox. So that one's not happening. But that was our 3 leatherworking recipes all the same.
The winds guide you.
I think it's just 2 treasures now. 2 treasures. Right. Two treasures yesterday took me half an hour. That's probably above average. But if that's the worst luck you have, you're doing alright. It's a good thing to get rid of your bad luck on. Get rid of your bad luck on finding a random ass treasure. That means you save all of your good luck for the auction house, where goblins really make their money. Oh, we're pulling the worlds now, apparently. Clearly. I got 2 treasures from 1 node. Alright, that's called rubbing it in. That's just mean at that point. Yeah, a bunch of these crafters, I don't even have a second profession on them. My level 80s, I gave them skinning just because it sort of made sense. I absolutely should put tailoring on these ones that aren't even level 80. I just haven't got around to it. Tailoring or enchanting or jewel craft. It's just something to use concentration on. The fact that I'm not is leaving money on the table, as they say. Oh my god, we're being ambushed. Oh my god, my pigeon did actually die. Go! Ambush nearly worked. Nearly got me. Still waking up at 6:50 on a Wednesday to do it. Really worth it dispatching the 4 characters I need in 30 minutes. Yeah, that's actually probably not a terrible idea, you know. I'm not a morning person particularly. This is hence why I don't start my stream till 11 in the morning. But on a Wednesday, it might be worth to just get it out of the way. You know what's really bad? It's Thursday and I haven't even opened my bank character today. I don't think there's any mail in any gold in the mailbox. I'd pretty much finished. Well, in fact, no, that's a lie. There's probably about 1 million gold in the mailbox. But the fact I haven't actually listed anything is probably what's worse. Whoops.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables
I probably
waiting
need to
be
kill
won.
this dude, don't I? No? Surely I need to kill this dude for the weekly. I'm gonna kill him just in case. There's part of me that, you know, that is kind of thinking that these treasures might be better off just to ignore. Like once you're actually fully built, once you're not like aggressively pushing for more knowledge points to catch up with other crafters, once you are full build, all I'm actually doing is collecting the knowledge points so that the crafters eventually have all the knowledge points and can craft everything, which is a 6-month adventure in the first place, but it's nowhere near as important. If I sacrifice 2 knowledge points a week to not have to spend, what is it, like 8 characters, let's say 15 minutes a piece, it's 2 hours bare minimum just gathering up those treasures. It's like, yeah, 2 hours doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're just flying around doing something you don't really want to be doing. Once again, I said earlier in the stream, I'm trying to now sort of, I'm trying to cut down the, trying to cut down the daily and weekly time spent doing stuff. Slicing off those 2 treasures might be worth slicing off. Alchemy and Inscription would still do though, because for some reason they give you 4 knowledge points rather than 2. Don't know why don't know why herb classes get preference, but they do. Eight characters, 2 hours on a lucky streak. Oh, does jewel crafting get doubled? You get 4 knowledge points on jewel crafting. Okay. Either way, I still don't understand why some get a bonus. Shit, was that all of them now? I think that was all of them, wasn't it? I'm going to assume that's all of them. Okay, that's leatherworking done for now. The daily login just for patron orders is already starting to grind on me. Once again, like I said earlier, I much prefer the journey going somewhere. I'm not so much a fan of it once we've reached the destination and we're just plugging along. That's usually at the point where I get real bored real fast. Where do we spec next? There's not actually. I'm in a position where I can guarantee top quality of all of the reagents. I had a little bit of a play about with the Defender's armor kits. and surprisingly did quite well with these, or the armor kits in general. Even though I'm not able to fully max build them at Q3s, the Q2s were still worthwhile tinkering with. I wonder if my next adventure on this leatherworker is to push into the armor kits more effectively. It seems to make sense to go that route. What else would I do? There's the optional reagents. No. No, maybe yeah, it's either. Yeah, I'm literally at the point where it's either profession gear, where I'd have to buy all the flipping recipes, and that's just going to be a slow burn either way, or I spend my knowledge points getting better at the. We have these. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't flipping know. That's ingenuity, so screw you. Yeah, it's one of these 3 nodes. I don't think it really matters which one. This isn't a craft session anyway. This is get the stuff done and out the way session. I'll craft some stuff tomorrow ready for the weekend. Right, let me put all of these mats back in the bank. My dog's woofing in her sleep. Crafting orders don't refresh daily, no, but there seems to be a bit of a trickle of new orders, which are worth keeping your eyes open for, because some of them might turn up and only actually be 19 hours long or something, for example, meaning if you don't check every day, you might actually miss some. I've been proactively telling people to check their orders every day. You may not get something new every day, but if you do and it's on a short order, you'll, less chance of missing it. Okay, next tune. Actually made money on drums? Jesus. 1, 2, 3 characters to go. Let's see if I can speedrun these last 3 characters a little bit. Let me take a quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go quick bathroom break. I'll be back with you in 2. Alrighty. Who's this then? Oh, the scribe. I put in some orders for some books on this scribe as well, didn't I? That'll help with... That'll help a lot with some... We need 2 orders, I think, on a scribe.
How may I aid you?
Let's get some treasures first. Let's get the treasures out of the way. Put war mode on. I need to put some time into leveling these alts actually to get them to 80. I'm kind of, at least on these main crafters, like, oh, first treasure pile. That's a good score. At least on my main crafters, I want them all to be level 80 before we go into 11.0.5. That means when the anniversary event turns up, we can do the anniversary event. I also know I'm planning ahead for the anniversary event clashing pretty aggressively with Factorio season. So I don't want to have to be looking at leveling a bunch of characters with that. And that hopefully will mean that by the time 11.1 turns up, we won't have to worry about getting characters to 80 if anything cool turns up in the new patch. Yes, I am already looking forward to 11.1. What's the highlight of the anniversary event for goal makers? Good question. Absolutely no idea. It's on the PTR now. It might be something that we have a little bit of a look at some point. I suspect that I will probably, when I'm not streaming, lurk in a Mr. GM stream and see what he has to say about it, because I'm assuming he'll probably be PTRing it at some point. Like I said, alternatively, we can have a little bit of a poke around there ourselves. Yeah, the Warbank update is probably the only thing I really care about, being able to craft stuff from the Warbank. Oh my lord, I cannot wait for that. Not that we don't have a button we can press to instantly open our Warbank, it's still frustrating to have to take mats out of the damn thing on every character and then put them all back in again. It seems so unnecessary considering what the Warbank actually is. Yeah, can't wait for that one. Do you think this is going to be a 1-year expansion? I think it will be longer than a year. But I don't think it will be much more than about 14 months. I think at the year mark, we will already be in alpha. I have my suspicions that we might already be in alpha for midnight at the year mark. They've been very coy, very, very coy about the expansion length. They've almost deliberately not said much about it. And a lot of people who have any experience in marketing will know that there's often a lot that can be obtained by when a company says nothing. Silence speaks quite loudly. And I am very much of the illusion that they are planning these next 3 expansions to be shorter, and one of the reasons why they have been less than forthcoming answering people's questions on it could be the fact that they have just bumped the price of the expansion. They've done early access. These are already PR risky moves that they are kind of acclimatizing people to and allowing people to kind of forget. They don't want to. They don't want the emotion of having to pay more for the expansion to be, you know, too fresh. Oh, that's an enchanting one. They don't want to. They don't want to be seen to simultaneously bumping up the price of every expansion, whilst then also then announcing that each expansion is going to be shorter. That seems to be a bit of a recipe for bad PR, even though I suspect it's exactly what they're doing. They're working on 3 expansions simultaneously. They've even called it a saga. You know, they're a lot more open about what is coming. Now, there is absolutely no way that they would have like crushed 6 years worth of announcements. 4 maybe. 4 maybe. You know, they needed some good PR. Blizzard had not exactly had great public relations in the last 2 years or so. Announcing 3 expansions in one go clearly did work for them. But yeah, I'm quite sure that we're looking at 18-month expansions by default now. Because follow the money. I think ultimately they would love if expansions would be 2 patches long. So the expansion launch and then 2 patches and then very quickly roll into a new expansion. So almost as the final patch is out, you are instantly into alpha and beta testing for the next expansion, and you roll it out really quick. I think the one thing they're trying to completely avoid is gaps. I don't think they want any gaps anymore. They've got a huge team working on this game now. They've clearly figured out how to use that team effectively to keep the content flowing. I don't think they want any gaps. And part of not having any gaps is not having a big end of expansion wait. They tied us over with Remix quite cleverly, because there has to obviously be a transition phase somewhere. I think the transition phase we were kept busy with Remix, which simultaneously was at the same time as alpha and beta. But I think we'll find that test phase will come sooner for the new expansion. I'm pretty sure almost instantly, as we get the final patch of the expansion, we'll be in alpha. You know, they'll be go. They don't have to wait for BlizzCon to announce something because we already know the new expansion. So there's aha, they're the Inscription ones. Good. I don't care about the final enchanting one. The enchanting's dead to me. Hey, a wild dipper appears. How are we doing, Jack? Welcome in. Right, do some orders. Played Remix for 1 week, got my Mog and Mount, and I was done. I really enjoyed Remix. I liked the silliness of it. I was kind of fortunate that I pushed with it fast enough at the beginning and made a few guides that did quite well. That I accidentally fell into Remix a little bit deeper than I expected to, but it turned out to be really fun. Right, Inscription books. 69 of them. Giggity. 68 now. Wait, it says I didn't do the... Oh, no, that's fine. Right, let's get these personal orders done. Shadow inks, ciphers, samples. Wow, I don't have anything on me. This is the downside of instantly selling all of this stuff. I never have it to hand when I need it. I'm probably not going to have the materials to make all of this stuff either, am I? How's the goal making in the War Within? It's booming right now. In weird fashion, I'm almost toning down my goal making at this point, but that's only because Factorio's a few weeks away. Otherwise, I'd still be pushing. I wouldn't say I'm massively profitable though. I've spent a lot of gold. I've made a lot. I've sold a lot of stuff. I've only made a few mil though. It clearly looks like I'm going to need a bunch of ciphers here. Which means I need some spear. And I don't have any. Okay, we need to make a trip to the auction house. Grab some stuff. It will also be super fast to level in 11.0.5, so you could also wait. I mean, it's pretty fast to level right now. It just means I need to actually do it. I mean, most of the characters that I care about are already 74, 75 anyway, and they've got there just by crafting. So 5 levels. I've already got my 25% buff as well. By the time they're all fully rested, those last 5 levels will be like an hour or 2 per character. It's just one of those things that's on the list. I just need to get it done. Why am I here? I need inks and I need herbs and stuff, don't I? I need to make some ciphers. I'll make the inks myself. I'll mill the herbs myself. I just need some spear to make some ciphers. Not going to need anything better than... Wow, people baiting. Can I just have those, please? Okay, they just seem to be cheap. It's probably enough. Okay, I seem to have some pigments here. I need some lure drop. I need some lure drop and blessing blossom.
I have calibrated my prices
Lure
to
drop.
be reasonable.
Ooh. No, that's a bait price. Alright, lure drop Q2. Blessing Blossom Q2. Blessing Blossom Q1. Ooh, the quantity of it. No, 25. We'll just do Q2s. Keep the numbers simple.
My directive has been
Enjoying Satisfactory a lot. We can automate the bio burners now. Yeah, that was always the good reason to push into coal super fast, wasn't it? Yeah, Satisfactory is another one that's on my list. I definitely want to go and play it. It's just timing was not great with 1.0 launching in Satisfactory. Right, milling, resourcefulness, mill, Q2 lure drop. Go. Q2 blessing blossom. Go. Now a bunch of inks. Multicraft on the inks. Oh, a multicraft of 5. Well, that'll do me, won't it? It was also easy for time walking leveling last week. Yeah, last week I probably should have done it as well. There's lots of things I should have done. I live in the world of should have dones. The reality is in an MMO, you can't do everything. So you kind of have to admit defeat somewhere. Time is indeed finite, you're right. Why did we go from crafting these really fast to crafting these really slow? What changed? Did I have a buff up at some point? I don't know. Alright, I'm going to assume that's enough to make these. Oh no! Writhing samples. Well, I didn't plan for that, did I? Are we going to need any other intermediate randomness for these? Well, I don't actually need to do these, do I, particularly, if... Ha! You can get bent. There's no way I'm pressing that button. I need these two, technically, for the knowledge points, really, if I'm going to do anything. It's 1,000 gold. The apprentice crafting license is worth summing. A resource proc on that is not terrible somewhere either way, is it? Spores, fresh parchment,
I have
water.
an extended supply of goods for outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Spores. What's the other one's called? Writhing sample. Let's take 20 of those. Right, you stay there, you fella. Don't move. Let's make sure we put our resourcefulness tool on before we do orders. Provided the ink, provided the spores, we provide the cipher. Okay, I can live with that. Oh, you want it at Q2? Of course you do. Right, have some concentration, go. Oh, we did save some mats. Nice, take it. Same again. Oh, you want this at Q3? Oh, dearie me. That's going to require me to use a Q3 ink, isn't it? And maybe a Q3 cipher. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh, I don't like that at all. Do I need the knowledge points? Max build. Max build. It'd be nice to put the points in the ciphers all the same. Because I couldn't care less about the rest of the profession. I kind of want the knowledge points then. Screw it, let's just do it. I need a ink rank 3 or a cipher at rank 3. Ink at rank 3 is probably easier. Oh, no, I'm missing lure drop pigment Q3. Milling, lure drop, Q3, resourcefulness, go. Ink, Q3, Q3, multicraft. It's just Jenga with all of these tools. Oh, that's a good multicraft. We take that. Start order. Big ink. Hey, big ink's enough. We'll do big ink. We'll do Q2 cipher. Stack some concentration on there. We put resourcefulness tool back on. Oh no, now it's all undone itself. You there, you there. Go. Of all the reagents to save, we saved the flipping water. Sure. If we can proc resourcefulness on this, this is a win actually, you know. We'll do that one just because it's... And I'm sure we'll have use for the acuity somewhere. Go on, proc resourcefulness. Dare ya. Oh, we did. Saved Greenwood. Well, that was money. What about this one then? Oh, you provided the... Okay. Alright, well, we'll give this a go. Go on. Always lucky. Always lucky. Stream of privileges. Go, go, go. Stupid game. Provide nothing. I don't want 10. I don't want 10 arson security that much. Flipping hydrate. Oh my god. That's a big emote. It's a big emote. Thanks for that. Right, let's get these done quickly. These I want multi-craft on actually, because these are my orders. These are orders for me. I want these as good as possible. Considering the anniversary is the entire 0.5 patch, there will be a time walking thing during it. Do we think the anniversary event is going to be better or worse than flipping hell? What was the zone called? Oh my god, my mind's gone blank. Forbidden Reach. Do we think it's going to be comparable? Better for sure. A lot of cool stuff. I hope so. I hope so. I've not looked into it in much detail yet, but I'm a hopeful. I do me hopefuls. Ah, he got a multi-craft. I saved nearly all of the reagents. Go on, I'll take it. Yoink. I mean, that couldn't have gone better if I tried. That's a win all round. Oh, I don't have that recipe. Vagabond's Bounding Baton. How do we even get that? Careful carvings, 5 points. Not happening. Sometimes I want to check these just in case they've provided quality 3 reagents. I'll do them for 50 gold if you're providing quality 3 reagents, just for the chance of a resourcefulness proc. Okay, clearly dead game because no orders. Meh, not doing it for 100 gold. You can keep your stinky money. What is my resourcefulness? 30%. It's interesting how some of them provide quality 2 ciphers. That leads me to believe quality 2 ciphers are probably exactly the same price as Q1s, right? Yeah, nearly exactly. It's always empty. Well, Inscription's the only one I'll, like, look for a couple. Just, you know, just because. Whilst you're here. When in Rome, as they say. Ah, but I'm not wasting all day. I'm not an animal.
What brings you here?
Okay, some knowledge points. Where are we at to with Inscription then? Are we... What's this one? Ingenuity when crafting stuff? Yeah. I guess we go into ciphers then. 14 points into ciphers. That's literally going to get us 1 point away from this, isn't it? Oh, I know why I haven't bothered doing this, because unless you actually want to make ciphers at quality 3, you don't need to put points in here. So, it's actually 30 points. I can't quite make these at Q2. I can't quite make these at quality 2 using quality 1 mats. But when I use my own inks, I can only make Q2 inks anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is why I haven't put points into ciphers, because it doesn't really matter. Same with the codifieds. I can make these at Q2 with default mats anyway. Sure, it'd be nice to make them at Q3, but I'm not that convinced that Q3 ones are really flying off the shelves. That's one of those kind of nice to have, but not essential situations. You've got a tinderbox on every alt looting pile so far, across 7 alts. Hey, that's some pretty good luck. Weird that public orders have a drop down to whisper and to add as a friend, but both are grayed out if the player is offline. Odd. I'd never even noticed that drop down. It's buffed surely for now. Yeah, surely it has to be. Has to be buffed by now. Yeah, weird. I've got 14 knowledge points and I don't really know where to spend them. I could put them in here, but it doesn't really make any difference because until I put 30 points in here, I don't gain anything from it. I don't gain anything whatsoever until I put the full 30 points in there. Knowledge tree is just ingenuity that is stinky that I couldn't care less about because I don't use it anyway. Careful carvings. These is just work orders not happening. We could go into the PvP route, but I have no idea why I did this. I unlocked this node, which has actually fucked me, because now it means I have to put 30 points in here to unlock this node. Final subspec, 30 points. I've got to put 30 points in here before I can even get down here. So unlocking this node completely fucked me. I've made so many mistakes with Inscription. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Because I didn't even pick one of these to learn a recipe at some point. Like, just unlocking this made no sense. I don't know why I did it. I'm not going into sigils for dark moons. Nah. And then contracts, missives, and Vantis runes. Nah, boring. Yeah, I guess I just stockpile these until I've got 30, and then I put them into ciphers, and then I don't worry about knowledge ever again. I guess that's the play. What that does mean, though, is I think Inscription is done. So much for speed leveling these. Let's put the mats in the bank, actually. I always forget to do that. And then complain that they're on other characters when I need them.
My directive is to serve you.
Five of my characters are bricked. Unlucky we have spares. It's... I mean, I like the fact that there's a skill gap. There's part of me that likes the fact that people can brick their builds, because I know I'm less likely to brick my build. There's only one character I've strongly messed up on, and that was this scribe, but I didn't mess up that badly. I can't, in a weird sort of sadistic way, I like the fact that people can brick their builds because it gives me an advantage over them. But I still think, as a side hustle in an MMO, which crafting clearly is, that it's a bit brutal that you still can't respec. I can't. For Dragonflight, I kind of understood. The system was new. They deliberately wanted people to try and learn. In fact, there's a strong argument to say it was more important in Dragonflight because it was new and because people hadn't learned yet. But I would probably be quite a strong advocate for some respec, something or other these days. I think in a way it's kind of only fair. You just have to, you have to make sure that it's an all-inclusive respec. Which means you can't have it like at a gold price, because then it means that the rich can just swap it around as much as they want. It would I'd argue that there should be a tax on the knowledge points. That's the only thing that I think would make it somewhat fair, is that you can refund all of your knowledge points, but you lose 10% of them. That would kind of prevent people from doing it many, many times. But you kind of, if you put yourself in a weird situation, you at least could, sort of thing. 90-day reset. Yeah, but a 90-day... Yeah, maybe. But then it's like, is it a 90-day reset per character? Is it account wide? Why 90 days? What's the arbitrary number of 90? You could do something like that. You'd have to be super careful to make it so that it couldn't be gamed. That's the main thing. If you truly brick your spec tree and want to refund your points, you should be able to do it, but they'd have to be like really careful with how you do it. Even like a 15-day cooldown doesn't make any sense. 90 days is even questionable, because you could still then, for the beginning of every patch, reset. You could still comfortably reset your build at the beginning of every patch if you wanted to. You could still completely switch into whatever the cookie cutter was. I don't know. This is why I don't think Blizzard have done it, because I don't think they really know how to do it either way. The reality is that even if you brick your profession at the beginning, if you stick with it, you can undo those wrongs because eventually you can fill the entire tree. The fact that you can eventually fill the entire tree means that your errors fix themselves over time. But it still feels a little harsh. $500 acuity. Oh, well, that definitely wouldn't work because you could. Then that just means those that shuffle for acuity can reset their knowledge points. That would be highly abused, or would have definitely been highly abused. That means that, like, soon as a market is hot, you can just drop your, you can save up 500 acuity, and then basically that's a free reset whenever you want. And acuity is a hot commodity right now. Give it a couple of months, nobody will care about acuity anymore. You'll spend. There's a point. It's about 1,700, 1,800 acuity, but there's a point where you care a lot about acuity, and then you couldn't care less about it. And so soon as you get into that phase where you don't care less about acuity, it just stacks up. Sure, you can go buy a recipe if you want, or summon, or make a second tool or something, but the reality is you go from caring about it a lot to not caring about it at all.
Communication initiated.
You want a crystal, do you?
The Titans
Okay,
will
have a crystal.
return. Be ready.
I need to disenchant some stuff. Is this random stuff in my bags that is for disenchanting? I'm going to assume it is. Either way, I'm going to disenchant it. 521, level 71. Why haven't I just disenchant it all? Just random trash I've clearly crafted. Don't have much use for. Oh, close. I needed like one or two more.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
Yeah, you can just straight up smush Darkmoon decks, can't you? And not only that, but Darkmoon decks are now the cheapest things to smush. That's quite amusing. Did I spec into Designated Disenchanter? I didn't.
My directive is to serve you.
Right, I'm going to assume 5 of those is plenty. I still can't get my head around the fact that you disenchant Darkmoon decks, but there we go. Oh, well, I literally needed one. We'll do another one just to see if there's any catch-up that I've missed. No. Okay. Never lucky on the crystals. Shuffle my character's basically done with Acuity. Yeah, I am in a position where I care very little about Acuity. It will be used now from this point on to maybe set up a second profession on those characters. Maybe to buy a few recipes that I'm missing, that sort of stuff. But for the most part, I basically don't care about it. That's got to be most things now, apart from doing some treasures. Pristine Enchanters research. Saying that, I need 400 of it, apparently, to buy this. My enchanting character is one of the only characters I didn't shuffle on, actually. So, in a way, it does still care about Acuity. Right. Treasures. Is there a catch-up in disenchanting for enchanters? Yes, you can catch up a bunch of knowledge points with disenchanting. Disenchanting Dark Moon decks is probably the quickest and easiest way of getting those catch-up points. But of course they give you crystals. If you disenchant blue gear, you can always shatter it down to dust as well. So you might recuperate the cost a little bit. Yeah, disenchanting works or enchanting kind of works a lot like a gathering profession. There's one crystalline repository to find. Go on, 2 for 2. Find me one more treasure. There we go. 2 for 2. Do it, game. Do it. I'm probably concentration capped, actually, on enchanting as well. Ooh, nearly concentration capped. That was close. We need to craft a few tier 3 enchants. Can't miss out on that free money. This is kind of this is kind of half the reason I'm thinking about making a lot of my alts enchanters as well. Dead easy to deal with on a weekly basis if you really must. You know, you just disenchant a few things. I can sack off this treasure farming on most of the alts. Don't need to do that. But it's very quick and easy to get some easy knowledge points. Very easy to keep them up to speed. Don't have to worry about patron orders. Concentration build pay off big. Lots of reasons to go enchanting actually on the alts. Or as the secondary profession on the mains. Lots of reasons actually. I might have just sold that to myself, you know. How many knowledge points is a max build? Well, it depends what you're trying to build out. Like, it depends massively. You're looking at usually 120 plus. Because you often need to put enough knowledge points into whatever it is you're looking to craft to be able to craft it at quality 3, at top quality. Once you've figured out the quality side of it, then you want to make it as cheap as possible. So then you often have to spend a lot of knowledge points on reducing your crafting costs. So that's usually putting points into resourcefulness, putting points into multi-craft, which can often be another 60, sometimes 90 points. But yeah, it varies massively. Alchemy, for example, has some of the most expensive builds. 260-ish knowledge points I think you need. Oh, that's the wrong profession. Boo. We still have Inscription on this character for no reason, and it's just there still from when we were shuffling. Not that I did much shuffling, I got bored of shuffling on enchanting. I more meant how many points should be available for you, kind of to know if I'm just 60 points behind or maybe only 20 compared to others at this point.
Looks like there's
Oh,
nearby.
well, once again, there isn't an exact number to that because it depends on what you've chosen to spec into. It's easier to understand what gives you knowledge points and where they come from, and you then just need to figure out how much of that have you actually done. First time craft bonuses will all give you a knowledge point. You're going to need to have collected as many recipes as you can. Technically all of the recipes that you can if you really want to be min-maxed. Not only do you need to collect the recipe, you need to have crafted the thing for the first time as well. Every week there's been, you know, a bunch of knowledge points via patron orders, which if you haven't done them, you are however many that adds up to behind. So yeah, once again, there's no fixed number to exactly how many you could have by now. This is why Blizzard's catch-up system feels more like a PR move than a system that actually works. Because patron orders and flickers on your patron orders doesn't seem to be a very reliable catch-up system. If it is even meant to be the catch-up system. Because I've had flickers turn up on some of my crafters, and I know categorically on some of my crafters I have not missed a single knowledge point. So I don't know what's going on. It's a bit of a mystery. Where's this chest at then? There it is. Oh, you son of a... Okay, I was like 3 seconds too slow. The problem is expectations, I think, more than anything. When people said they want to catch up for professions, what they really meant is that they want a vendor where they can go buy a shitload of knowledge points, preferably get given a shitload of knowledge points for free. And when they say they want to be caught up, they want to be, you know, min-maxed within seconds. This is the issue. That's people's expectations when they've spoken about catch-up. The reality is that was never going to be the way that Blizzard would do it. Because that causes just another problem. That greatly devalues the effort you put in to stay ahead in the first place. So, this is why this is why there's no catch up for like mythic gearing until you actually go into a new season, for example. Because otherwise you're just fucking off everybody that put the time in to do it in the first place. But time will tell just how much people care about professions and care about the knowledge points this expansion. I've already noticed that there's a lot less people that are tinkering with professions this time around. It was a big thing because it was like, it was a selling point of Dragonflight that there was a full profession overhaul. Huge amount of the player base seems to have taken the decision to just completely ignore it in the War Within, because they did it in Dragonflight. They either liked it or they didn't like it. They're not going to get burnt twice. Which in a way is what allows it to be more profitable for everybody else that does care about it and does keep up with it. Which is only good for those that are playing with it. Doesn't take away the fact that it's still very competitive between those individuals, but it's been fun. People always want free stuff. That's the wrong profession. That's Inscription. There's no way I was going to get that one. Stop spewing them places where I can't see them. Go on, give me another knowledge point. You would. At least there's no dragon shards of knowledge this time round. I think that's the one thing that weirdly was kind of meant to be in the game as a somewhat passive catch-up system, although it was so aggressively tuned the entirety of Dragonflight that it just caused more frustration to people than anything else. If there was a deterministic way to have farmed dragon shards of knowledge in Dragonflight, I think it would have been a better system. But because there wasn't a deterministic way of doing it, it was very random from the word go. Even if you played the game relatively consistently, you might have only got like 1 or 2 a week. Plus they made them soulbound. I think they'd have had a lot more success if they made them, well, what now would be warbound. I mean, let's not write off the fact that they conceptually could actually do that later on in the expansion. They could add a Dragon Shard of Knowledge-esque system late in like 11.1, for example. That would be, you know, warbound, collect them on any character. Entirely possible that they still add something like that. Ooh, a big bag of goodies. This usually takes far too long for me to be bothered with, though. I'm only here for a knowledge point. Where's me pet gone? Hello? There it is. How do urban miners catch up if they join late if there's no patron orders? Well, urban miners that join late can continue past the weekly cap of knowledge points. Once you've had your epic treasure from gathering, if you are behind on knowledge points, you can continue herbing and mining, and you'll continue to find single point knowledge items. I can't remember the names of them, but they're like roots or something. And so you catch up by catching up on the effort that's been put in by the others. It's an effort-based catch-up system. I don't know how reliable it is. I've not actually done much more than the weekly minimum on my gatherer. But it is something I'm looking to switch more time into. If I decide to stop wasting time hunting treasures like this one. I need this one flipping knowledge point. These are treasures I'm very quickly coming to the conclusion I'm just going to ignore. It goes really fast, to be honest. Did it in a few hours. Oh, what? Continuously playing catch-up. It's still questionable whether it catches you up all the way, though. I'm still not convinced it's going to catch you up all the way. That could kind of actually mean that gathering is going to have the sort of the quad gatherer that I've been talking about with gathering is something that you could technically do even much later in the expansion as well, because the quad gathering will help you catch up. Will help you catch up the acuity as well, which could be an interesting Because, of course, catching up on knowledge points is one thing, but catching up on acuity is another. Because you're still going to want your knowledge point books. You're still going to want your tools and stuff. You might have to dance through skinning, herbalism, and mining, and a bit of disenchanting. I might test that on a brand new character, actually. See how many artisans security we can get in like a few hours. Just by actually farming it up. Or if somebody wants to do it and record it, then let me know. Now's the time to do it, to be fair. Make yourself a bunch of gold at the same time. Win-win. I always find it funny how, like, there's a natural aversion to gathering. I don't necessarily... I mean, I kind of understand why. Because people watch other crafters. And they watch other crafters sell millions of gold worth of stuff. And the natural assumption is that millions of gold actually makes them millions of gold. And in many cases it does. But there seems to be this natural aversion to farming. Even though, like, it's incredibly good. I remember the strongest case of this for me was Zerith Mortis with the Progenitor Essentius things. Like, you could spend an hour farming Pog Essence and have like 5 of the things that were all selling for like 10k a piece plus, and yet people were like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm like, it's 50k an hour, you idiots. Go do it. you ain't making half of, you're not making even half of that doing any crafting. Yet still, for some reason, people are like, nah. And people are turning their nose at like 30, 40,000 gold an hour right now. And I shit you not, in 2 months' time, people will be crying to get, like, people will be clawing at you for like, oh, you're making 30,000 gold an hour, share your secrets, bro. Where is this last knowledge point? It's evading me today, isn't it? I've still got my engineer to do after this. At least once I've done my engineer after this, it will actually just be done though for the week. And it will be, well, just done. Keep up with some knowledge points, not have to worry about too much else. Oh, there's one. Wow. We got a wax fountain and it still didn't give us the knowledge point. Sometimes I worry that it's just sat in my bags and I haven't noticed it. It wouldn't be the first time I've done that.
The charged silt from these clashing elementals are packed with healing properties. Let's stock up while they're
Oh, I can see 2 more like right ahead of me though. Don't nobody come and steal them. No, not lucky on that one. Easy one. I don't think I've had a single tinderbox today, though, actually. Thinking about it. Even though we've gone through and done most of the treasures on most of my characters. Somebody was in chat earlier saying that they got like 7 tinderboxes off 7 treasures or something stupid. Or off 7 characters even. I've not had one yet today. Buffed and nerfed in the same day. Clearly. Accept skill from the blue tools. What secondary stats do you want for disenchanting? Disenchanting, there it is. There's our crystalline thingy. Disenchanting is all based on your knowledge points and your skill. It's not affected by secondary stats at all. No multi-craft, no resourcefulness procs. So whatever, honestly. As you're an enchanter, you want to stack resourcefulness unless you're making mana oils, and if you're making mana oils, you go into multi-craft. So yeah, the actual answer is probably resourcefulness. Alrighty, I think that's the knowledge points then for enchanting. Do we have a spot to spend them? We got 23. I started off this little enchanter by maxing this out so that I could basically cherry pick whichever enchant made me the most money. But there's part of me that wonders now if I put points into multi-crafting and go oils or something. That'd mean I have to make another tool. Or do I just put the points in designated disenchanter? Don't know. Don't know. I could work towards oils. Really not very well built for oils though. I'd have to put 10 points into here first just to learn this tree. Seems like a little bit too much of a switch up to try and move into oils. Where I might be better off. May I be better off just getting slightly better at some of these? In fact, I think there's part of me that wants to leave these without putting more points in, believe it or not. Because I kind of like the fact I can still make quality ones. I know how ridiculous that sounds. But the fact that I can still make them at quality 1 is a bit of a plot twist, because sometimes the quality 1s actually sell for more than the quality 2s, which is dumb. It's dumb, but it's a supply and demand thing. And you catch enough stupid people that actually keeping yourself at the point where you can make quality 1s might be valuable long term. Ingenuity to proc extra crafts. Annoyingly, considering this character is somewhat sort of focused towards pressing concentration and making a Q3, this is probably one of the very, 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 very few times I might agree with you. Is this one of the spots where you start at 50% and move up to 55% refund? Is this one of the very few locations that goes up to 100 once you're fully specced into it? Additional 5, additional 5, additional 5. and then an additional 5. So you don't quite get to 100, do you? Unless it gives you... Oh, it gives you a 1% by default. So yeah, it is going to top out at 100% refund. It's going to hurt me so much to put 30 points in ingenuity, though. Just morally. I still think I'd be better off putting them into multi-craft, even though I don't use them on enchants. Just so that if I do unlock the oils, I can make the oils. I don't even know. Does this only give multi-craft? Finishing reagents and mana oils. What are the finishing reagents? Who are you? Who the hell? Oh, mirror powders. Oh, mirror powders. These haven't got much life left in them. I'm convinced these don't have much life left in them. It's not going to be too long before these will be too expensive to use on a bunch of stuff. But getting these to be produced at quality 2 from quality 1 mats might be a play. Mostly because I still use mirror powder myself. And if I use mirror powder, it is taking some of the production in-house. Do I go that route? What does it take to get mirror powder at quality 2 with quality 1 mats? 240 skill. And then, is that one of the very few things that does get affected by multi-craft? It does. Okay. I kind of think that I'm probably not going to get optimal at crafting these myself anyway. And I'd have to go this way. I don't know. I don't know. I'm indecisive. So, when we're indecisive, we do this. We go price source, TSM. We check that it's using DB recent. Yes. And we go recipe scan. Scan including concentration. And we make some oath sworn tenacities at Q3. 312 concentration, which means we can technically make 3. If everything goes to plan, we can make 3. Mat optimization is basically put one of you in there. Then we do concentrate. And we go on a vellum and we go enchant. And we do it again. And we do it again. Insufficient reagents. Matter storm dust. Right. We'll just do that, it's fine. Boom. Wait, hold up. Oh. Yeah, see, this doesn't automatically update for some reason sometimes. 12, there we go. Okay. Well, that's a bunch of gold on those for sure. Very tempted, you know. Very tempted to set up enchanting on all of my alts. The more I look at it, the more I think that it's the right move. It's quick to catch up knowledge points. I reckon I could probably get most of my alts to, what is it, 60 points in here, 60 points in here, and then then 120, 150 knowledge points. How quickly do you reckon you can get 150 knowledge points on enchanting? I reckon really quite fast, actually, you know. I reckon you can do that really quite fast. And that would give you a big selection of recipes to craft at Q3 every day. With that build, you should be able to pick up the Authority of the Deep for around 140k, a Q3 concentration craft per day, and recoup the cost in about 7 crafts. Authority of the Deeps. Authority of the Depth, sorry. I haven't got mats on me to optimize this properly. Nor do I have the concentration to like test it properly, but you might be right. What's the 28,000 gold a piece for the Q3s? Holy shit. Are they really that expensive? Let's say a conservative 25. It's actually not that bad, is it? How many that might be worth it for this dude. It might be worth it for this dude. Yeah, it might be worth it on this dude. If I hadn't just splurged my concentration, I would have actually contemplated doing that right now. But I have just splurged it, so maybe next time. From all those treasures, though, apparently we picked up 7 core alloys. So
I have calibrated
farming
my
those treasures,
prices to be
actually, as
reasonable.
much as I dump on it, you do pick up a few bits and pieces occasionally. Which makes it at least somewhat worth thinking about.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Okay. Right. Let's get engineering done real fast. And then that's the last of the main crafters for the week. This was meant to be... This was meant to be a quick hour and a half tops, blast through, get it done situation. Didn't happen, did it? Oh, how did you scan the concentration? Sorry, I should have shown that. I'll show you again in a sec. I'll show you with engineering. It's the same either way. Assuming you use Craft Sim. So, Craft Sim has a recipe scan module that it scans all of the modules. What you want to make sure you're doing, though, is that you're using Trade Skill Master as your price source. For this, just because it's easier for numbers, Trade Skill Master updates all of the stuff rather than you have to... Don't worry about why. Use Trade Skill Master for your price source when you do this. You open your profession, you go recipe scan, you select your character itself, and you tick the concentration button. Scan recipes. This will scan all of the recipes that you have. It will calculate the costs for them. It will calculate the profit that can be obtained. And the easy thing to do is just filter it by profit. So for me right now, the best thing for me to, or one of the best things for me to use my concentration on would be a heart-seeking health injector. I could potentially make 9,200 gold profit at the cost of 423 concentration. If I wanted to use less concentration but take less profits, there are some other options you could choose as well. You can repeat this whichever profession you're on. You can actually also include not learnt recipes by the looks of things, which is not something I was aware of. I don't know what the not learnt one would be for me. There's some options you can play with either way.
You wish to speak? Winds be at your back.
Do you have an add-on that will keep the search option to the auction house to always be the current expansion? There's a weak aura that does it. I think it's this one. Default current expansion only filter. Have a link. Have a link. I'll throw that in YouTube chat as well. It's kind of handy actually. I don't know how it works, but it works. Knowledge point book. Should we check work orders first? Let's check work orders first. Go on, give me some cheap ones. That's not the cheapest, but at least you provided the some of the stuff. Let's get some enchanting stuff real fast. Not enchanting, engineering. Why does the engineering search not work? Can we do parts? Yeah, parts works. Any other parts we're missing, we can craft them on site. That looks fine. Go. Well, the rest of these are a bit shit, aren't they? That might be... That's profit, though. Holy shit. That's actually profit, because it's got a pentagon review on it. Go, go, gadget, go. Let's check these real fast. Provides the powder. We need to provide the bismuth in the akirite. It's a risk because it depends what comes out the bag. There's almost nothing that's going to come out the bag that's not going to make up for that price though. Bismuth and akirite. Where did our little man go? Oh, he ran off. Bit of bismuth, bit of akirite. Our little bag's got to have enough goodies in it, surely. Ha! And we saved the cheap thing. That's not bad either. Just need the onyx. Same scenario again. Probably got to be 100 gold worth of stuff in the bag. We need an onyx. Oh shit, you want this at Q4? No, that's not even the right order. Wait, hang on. You want this at Q3. Concentrate. Go. Concentrate. Go. Yeah, do stuff. First craft on that? Sure. Brainwave, first craft on this as well. We're not going to get this first craft any other way. The augment rune's money. But I'm not liking the look of the rest of it. They only provided the gears and the acuity. We have to provide everything else. How desperate am I to do a first time craft on this? Probably not very, am I? Probably not very, especially considering it's only giving me an augment rune. It's not even giving me knowledge points. Nah, we'll pass on that one game. Good try.
I've been expecting you.
Right, what do we get in these bags? 5 pieces of bismuth at Q2, which are 40 gold a piece, 200 gold. 3 bottled storms, 6 pieces of scrap, and a sunless carapace. Okay, yeah, we didn't win on that one. That was not a winner. Right, 2 more treasures. 2 more treasures, and then I'm done with my weekly tasks. Did I put war mode on? I didn't. Oh well, we'll risk it without war mode. You can reach the quest giver from the upper level. If I was smart, I'd just macro it, target macro it. But I'm not that smart. I think Thursday's a good day to get this done though. Wednesday's too busy with crafting shit and selling stuff. Thursday goes a little bit quiet and you have to kind of let the market relax a little bit from a crazy Wednesday. No denying that this evening you'll sell a bunch of flasks and stuff with people going off to raid on Thursday instead of Wednesday, but Thursday is definitely not the same day as Wednesday. Wednesday you've got Vault, Wednesday you've got all the goodies going on. Today's a good day to get all this done. We get this done today, then we restock and we go again tomorrow. I think's probably the plan. If I can shave off a lot of this messy getting treasure time business, I think that would be better. I think now that I'm basically max build on most of my professions, I don't want to be doing much of this anymore. This might be the last week I do farming these treasures. Get a few delves done on a Thursday potentially. That's an option. I know there's some reason to, some argument to look at doing delves daily, isn't there? Because of the bountiful delves, but at least doing a bunch of them for the story achievements. Somebody needs to find me a 25th hour in the day. Don't like having too much stuff to do. I can never get more than one of these at a time. I almost ignore this one, because it's just annoying. It's good for wax, though. No denying. Getting burnt out doing treasures on 20 characters. Yeah, see, I would not be doing that. I'm doing it on like 8, 9, maybe 10 if you count my herbalist and miner, which doesn't get treasures. So no, so like 9, and I'm like, that's a lot. Yeah, I'm doing it on 9, and I'm already trying to trim it down. The only problem is I don't know how the catch-up works. Because, well, I suppose once you're full build, it doesn't matter about it. I couldn't care less about. Once you're full build, then you can just slowly but surely get the knowledge points over time. You're not going to catch up with other people anyway. You're just trying to fill trees at that point. There's part of me that might not actually bother filling all my knowledge trees this expansion, since concentration sort of allows you to not really have to. Spend as many knowledge points as you can to unlock everything. I certainly want to unlock all of the recipes from the spec trees, but I don't think there's anywhere near the necessity to actually fill every node. There wasn't really in Dragonflight, but now we've got concentration to pick up the slack. If you just randomly want to craft something, you can still randomly craft something with your concentration instead. Oh, that's a wonderful thought. Oh, I've not had that realization up until now. I might not actually need to fill all of the trees. That's incredible. I mean, other than from a purely completionist point of view. Doing weekly crafting orders on alchemy is a joke. They're expensive on quite a few. Alchemy's better now, though. They shouldn't be requesting quality 3 quite so many times. Oh, if you're spec'd into potions and it's giving you flasks, though, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, the patron orders do seem to favour flasks rather than potions. So if you've gone the potion route, that's going to be a tough one. Right, 1 rust-locked mechanism and we are free. Can't do them as I don't have the skill. You're often going to need to use concentration to do them, if you really need to do them. Right, this dirt pile. I can see 2 on my screen. One of these has got to give me the point. One of these must have a rust-locked mechanism in it. Oh, you're using concentration for rank 3 flasks. Rank 3 flasks are not that profitable to use concentration on, though, surely. I mean, the alchemical chaos flask, maybe they're like, what, 6k? But you're still going to have to use rank 2 herbs all through, I think. 4k for every 400. Okay, well, it's sort of competitive then. Right, these 2. One of these has got to have it.
The charged silt from
One of these has got to have it.
Are packed with
An ambush.
properties. Let's stock up while they're occupied.
Chickens! Look at all them chickens. No rusted mechanisms in the chickens. Game hates me. Game knows it's the last one, that's what it is. Knows it's the last one. And it's like, you must not leave. No escape. This is how Blizzard respects your time. By artificially making you farm for one knowledge point you don't even need. I would point out I absolutely don't need this knowledge point either. Like, what have I started to put points in? I have no idea. Profession gear. I don't know why I put 27 points in here to begin with. I don't know why I did that. Learn how to craft the tool. Maybe that was why. Resourcefulness when craft. Okay, yeah, I don't even know why I was doing this. I maxed out parts. Well, maxed out as much as I could be bothered. What is this? Is this the Killers? This doesn't sound like the Killers. This is some of their newest shit. Although, to be fair, I think I can only name one track by the Killers. Even though they've been around forever, they're still, in my mind, the Killers are still a one-hit wonder. Oh, where is this flipping rust mechanism? Got me induction coil. Oh, thought that was going to do it then. Jesus, how much health has this dude got? Die already. There we go. Oh, my eyes are going cross-eyed looking for flipping purple dots on the floor. I have this bad habit of not blinking. Wow. How to tactically dodge all of the loot. Raging rock on. Must get him down. He's hardening. Go on. Never lucky. Oh dear. Yeah, we are canning this off next week. I'm not wasting my time doing these ever again. Once we've hit max build, once we're just diversifying with knowledge points, never again. That, or this is one of those Friday evening, we must drink some beer and play some video games kind of moments. Spending this much time flying around without picking up herbs and ore, though. Just think about how much gold I'd have made if I was actually herbing and mining at the same time. Well, in fact, imagine how much quicker this would have been if I didn't do it in the Isle of Dawn, but this is the nicest zone. Somebody else is doing it. I feel for you, friend. I feel for you. Feel your pain.
In this season, the Unbound adorn their ramoliths with flowers, symbolizing harmony and their gratitude for nature's gifts.
Pet. Can we kill... Where's he gone? Probably need him for rep. Do I need him for rep? It says I've claimed it, so I'm going to assume I don't. Let's leave him alone. He's a little bit tough to kill on a non-level 80. Because he has friends. Right, this is the one. Oh, it's a stupid treasure one. They take too long. They're alright on level 80s. You never get much treasure out of them on a sub-level 80 though. They steal all your monies. Oh, game, come on! This is not fair. I think I've spent more time finding this one last treasure than any other treasure today. Hang on, I really do need to double check my bags and make sure I've not been overly stupid. That's not it. I actually have tiny bags on this character. I've got 4 Ember Silk bags and I don't even have a reagent bag. Oh dear. Was this just a straight remix? This must have been a straight remix character. No, wait, even remix characters got better gear than that. Where did this character come from? I don't even know. It's probably a 70 boost or something, maybe? Still never lucky. I'm actually convinced this treasure doesn't exist now. Oh, you get Ember Silk bags when you do the gear up. Oh, okay. Oh, that could be it. That is true. It is always in the you know, if you've ever lost anything, you always find it in the last place that you look. Sunk cost fallacy's kicking in though real hard right now. There's part of me that just wants to Hearthstone out of here and have done with it. But then it'll annoy me for the rest of the week that I didn't do it. Two hours later, I know, it feels that way. I'm sorry. This is probably the least engaging stream content in the world. What's worse than doing chores? Watching somebody else do their chores. I'm aware. I'm sorry. You'll miss the knowledge point and the tinderbox in that last dirt pile. Yeah, that's it. Just one more. I haven't had a tinderbox still, though. I was saying earlier I hadn't had a single tinderbox today. Still haven't had a tinderbox. Not one. Clearly used my tinderbox luck last week, because I think I went about 4 tinderboxes on about 5 characters last week. Hey, there it is, you son of a... Gotcha. Right. Half out of here. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a big dude. Get out of the way. Oh! Finally! That took a lot longer than expected. My bags are tragic. Now, why had I chose to put so many flipping points into here before putting them in other places? I don't know. Resourcefulness when crafting equipment. Maybe I just wanted to unlock that one first. Then why didn't I... Why... I don't know. I don't know. Who cares? We'll fill this. We'll fill these out slowly. Actually, when it comes to knowledge points, I think engineering has maybe the least knowledge points of any profession. I have a lot of first-time crafts I haven't done though. Oh, I know why I did this. I know exactly why I did this. Until you've unlocked this node, you can't learn the profession recipes. That's why I made a beeline down to there. I made a beeline down to there so I could actually learn the recipes. Sure, I haven't first crafted them, but I was kind of hoping for some orders on those. That's why. I knew there was logic to my madness. Because while I doubt that I will be in the right place at the right time to snag any public orders, there's a chance at least. Like this, for example. At least we are presented the opportunity to craft it. Just unfortunately, at the moment, that's not very attractive, really. Could be worse, but... Right. Either way, that is engineering done. Let's go put our mounts in the bank. Mounts? Materials.
My directive is to serve you.
Beautiful.
My thanks for your patronage.
May your feet find...
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Right. 1,000 resonance crystals? Are you shitting me? Anybody have any idea why I randomly got... What did I click on then? Scope Killer, welcome in. Does anybody... What did I click on then that gave me 1,000 resonance crystals? It was a little shard thing in my bags. Was that maybe from a rep? Was that maybe from a rep? I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know. Anyway, boys and girls, that is me done for the day. I'm gonna go take my dogs out, give them some food. There, you can kind of see she's chilling right now, but give it 2 minutes. It's about this time of the day she starts thinking about dinner time. So I'm going to go feed the dogs. I'm probably going to go feed myself as well. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is probably going to be more actually crafting focused. We'll probably look at buying up and crafting a few things ready for the weekend. I might stream either on Saturday or Sunday this weekend. I didn't last weekend, that's because I was actually away, but this weekend I might. This is probably the last week where I'm going to focus quite heavily on crafting still. I've spoke a few times today about we're gonna slowly optimize the operation to cut down on the amount of effort it takes to keep it all up and running every week. Especially since margins are getting razor thin now. There's still gold to be made. We're still printing money. When the going's good, it's really good still. But I'm aware that it's 25 hours a week minimum just to keep things up and running at the moment. But thank you all for joining today. Thank you for providing me at least some form of entertainment while I farmed out all these flipping treasures. That's one of those things that doing it solo is far more painful, so thank you for that one. Make sure you've hit that like button if you're over on Team YouTube. Consider hitting that follow button if you're over on Team Twitch. Thank you once again. Come say hi on the Discord, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.